Alright, folks. Welcome back to day 59. Streak is hot. Still ongoing. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Alright, we concluded Unit 12 yesterday. That's the second unit after a review. So, let's do a little bit of review and hop right into Unit 13, shall we? Hopefully there's a section reserved for kanji in Unit 13, so I'm looking forward to whatever kanji we have. It's an odd one. It's a break from the typical cadence, not getting kanji per unit, interestingly enough. Alright, let's do a little bit of total recall. Not gonna use kana today as well. Usually on day 3 I try to write some kana. It's fine. As we didn't learn any kanji. Were there any recurring kanji in the last unit now that I think about it? Yeah, there were some recurring kanji like takai. Takai for expensive. That's about it though. Yeah, takai. Kaimas. Kaimas showed up once. Yeah, last unit was void of a lot of kanji in general. So you had crazy things like Nujoryo. Yeah, Nujoryo. Let's start it off. Admission fee. Ibento. Chocominto. We'll say mint CC. Vanilla. Character. Attraction. Kawaii. Ow. UNG. Jet coaster. Go-kart. I thought I could keep that pace going, but it's gonna slow down. It's gonna slow down at some point. Like right now. I was going like, I was bobbing one to another, but I'm hitting, eventually I'm gonna run in a dead end, so I'm gonna have to lap back around. What were the other topics? Oh, it was, oh, right. Kaisha. Jimu. Chimu. I guess we can throw in, undo shimasu. Onyaku shimasu. And honyaka, right? Honyaka. Later. Translator. Sashinka. Photographer. And related to that would be torimasu. Although that's not from this unit. Jisho. And if we know Jisho, we know Toshokan. Puro. Puro. Sensha. Torio. Torio. Or Dorio. Oh no, I'm not sure if it's Torio or Dorio. It's close enough. We'll put a minus there. Otona. Skina. Aji. Oh, Tsumaranai. Let's dance around. Yeah. Dance around some more. Yeah, that stuff. Oh. Oh no. Oh, Ryoko call shimasu. Not necessarily Ryoko. I just related to trip from previous unit. I only saw it used once. And then obviously norimasu also returning, very specific to this. So that's also from a previous unit. Integrate. Not a lot of previous unit stuff integrating other than your sentence structure stuff. Outside of like expensive. Oh, speaking of expensive. Sanzen. Specifically Sanzen. And then we have Gogo and Gozen. It's pretty amazing after you repeat once how much you retain, or at least how much I feel. I often tend to underestimate how much I can recall off of one string of thought. Hey Blue. Hey Blue. Hello. Yeah, so you go on one tether and it just goes everywhere, huh? Let's walk around, dance around. Oh. Kiroi. Dance around some more. See if we can find something. Yeah, go around. Yes. Oh. Hakubutsukan. Dance around some more. Look around. Sure. Museums. Can I go anywhere with museum? No, I think that's good enough. How many did we get? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Yep, we're close to 40. We're close to 40. That's generally about as much I'll take. That's around 95 to 99% previous unit. So, let's go jump right in and hunt for our new kanji. We're discussing media and communication at work and communicate at work. Now, I am going to find this unit. I like to think this unit is going to be incredibly personable to me. We'll see how it works out. I fully expect Shinbun to come back at some point. Like some old ones they're gonna throw back would be probably like newspapers, maybe radio if it goes that far back to Boomer Town. Predicates like watch, read, listen will possibly come back. We might get the kanji for listen, ikimasu, or in the one of the two units was used for ask, so that's kind of there too. Let's again, communication at work, I guess maybe hanashimasu comes back, but we know the kanji for hanashimasu. What else can we expect? Work, shikoto, right? Shikoto. Maybe they'll bring back the formatting on like after work we do something and stuff. Or communication at work, like solving problems. Do we have anything that deals with getting deadlines? Like deadlines might come back. Shimekiri. Thinking about other relevant words. We'll see what words come back. It's often a very funny like gamified thing that I do. Like who's coming back? What's coming back? Because you kind of know it's got to build on some foundations. So we'll see. Hey, I just started 15 days ago and I've done 250 Duolingo lessons in the past few days. Awesome. Keep it up, Ashton. Inspiring to see someone else just starting too. Good luck, man. Thanks. Just starting, huh? Yeah, that is an interesting comment. Just starting. You must, that phrasing tells me that you might be very accustomed to doing something for a longer period of time, possibly. It's tough nowadays to talk to people and think that using 300 to 400 hours is just starting. But to me, yeah, it really does feel like it's just starting. Okay, let's get into it. I have a lot of things that I'm thinking about that's going to come up in Unit 13, but let's hop right in. Oh, and Blue, I think you're the one that made the comment maybe 2 or 3 days ago. No, turns out the rival is not as close as I would have imagined. I kind of thought they were gonna like get into overdrive or something. Kick it to overdrive or something. No, it's just because I've seen most people say their Japanese learning journey takes 1 to 8 years, but yes, compared to me. Oh yeah, what'd you call it? 1 to 8 years? 1 to 8 years. Holy heck, that's a range. My range for language is that I don't give you a range. Japanese is like a language is fundamental to communication, so there shouldn't be a range. So anything is short to me. However, with that said, a lot of individuals these days that I talk to or have a chance to talk to, they usually think a 300 to 400 hour period is incredibly long because they tend to focus on tasks that they can complete. You cannot complete a Japanese journey, much like you can't complete communication, at least from my perspective. Oftentimes, the idea of focusing on days for me is for record keeping. I typically keep track of how many days I've done something, but not necessarily using it to meet some sort of standard. Yeah, learning language is an ever-present experience, so keep at it. I hope Japanese serves you well, Ashton. Like, you get to use it, you get to preserve it. learn something about your own language that you use. For me, it's very difficult to think of English without thinking about Japanese. Although it's very hard to think about English without thinking about Fujianese, Mandarin, and Spanish as well for me. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. I think it's wonderful to think that you can have a skill that you can use for the rest of your life. Yeah, so it didn't. I think the person is pretty. It didn't turn out to be very close. So there you go, Blue. In case you wanted an update on the situation with my evil twin, I'm just kidding. My better half, I suppose. The half that actually understands Mandarin. Oh, and also, I took a gander because of this. I took a gander at the Mandarin Japanese course, right? I clicked on this and then clicked on the Mandarin Japanese course. It's a third. It's a third of the English one. So that could also play into the motivation of the person, if you know what I mean. So it's close to about a half, but definitely below a half of the length of the English one. So that, in a way, if I had to be super fair, there are some limitations too. There are definitely a disparity, right? Obviously, between the primary founding learning language that they use to focus on versus this person who I have to remind myself that is learning Japanese from using Mandarin instead. Interesting perspective. I know French, Spanish too, so I feel I have an advantage, but yes, you're right. There isn't a way to fully complete Japanese. Hopefully I can be fluent within the next 2 years. That sounds like an ambitious goal. I wish you luck on that. You just did a school trip to Japan and you loved it so much. You want to transfer there for university? That's a great way to get your feet wet in the Japanese culture and using the Japanese language. And go finish katakana though, so wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck. Actually, wait. What's my name in Duolingo? I'll add you? Sure. My name is the same. It's all my stuff is the same. Here, let me add you. I'll add you. Let's do that. If you don't mind. It's gonna be on stream, but I imagine you don't necessarily mind. Unless you're uncomfortable, then you can add me and I'll add you after stream. Feel free. Whichever, if it makes it easier. Yeah, I would love to spy on you and stalk you through Duolingo. Okay, alright. I spy on people a lot, if they allow it. Obviously, you can remember that you can private your profiles too, if you're uncomfortable. You forgot what your name is? Okay, let me look for it. Here. Before I start. Okay, let's try this. This one? It's only one. There it is. This must be you, right? There's no other person. Cute avatar. You have curly hair too? Is this you? I'll let you confirm before I click on it, so that we don't have some awkward interactions. Okay. All right. There we go. Welcome to responsibility. Now I can stalk you and make a comment about, take jabs at you for slacking off. I'm just kidding, Ashton. Let's take a shh. No one tell Ashton. Where is it? Where's Ashton at? Oh, it takes a home. Okay. All right. Consistent. I love it. I like it. Well done. Keep up the work. No pressure. Obviously no pressure. I do like watching people progress. I am a data snob and data whore, so choice words, right? A data hoarder, a data hoarder, not the other type, hoarder, as in I enjoy record keeping, lots of record keeping. Choice words. I understand. Language, it's tough. Yeah. Thanks. Now I have another person to stare at. I'm low key. In the evening, I go to my profile after a stream ends, and I actually look at everyone, especially a certain butthead Lotus. Look at this minimalist guy. Lotus knows a lot of stuff, so it's just he's keeping his streak alive. But we talk a lot, quite often. That's kind of nice. Hey, Sub-Zero. Oh wait, what? I thought I did a lot of lessons. Darn. So yeah, I wasn't planning on it, but I'll sub to you because why not? Oh yeah, sure. Why not? Keep up the good. It's free. At least I think it's free. Yeah. Let's encourage each other. I don't want to push you too hard, right? If you have time, let's keep each other motivated. Tell me, I would love to hear what is your favorite word and favorite thing you did every day. Like, drop by for a minute and tell me what's your favorite part of your exercise in the day. And I would love to hear, like, are you as cool with words like omoshiroi? Oh wait, I'm not sure if you got that one yet, but right now I'm digging the word omoshiroi. At first, it was a crappy word. Like, it took me a while because I keep saying amoshiroi instead of omoshiroi. So, it's things like that. If anything, if we're gonna go bro style here, learn something that you are interested in sharing with me. Learn 1 or 2 things that you're like, oh, I love this. You got to tell MAKU about it. The trick here is I'm pretty sure those words are going to be the words that you remember quite a lot. So I do encourage you to share something that really sticks out with your lesson. Perhaps like how katakana sucks butt. No, I'm just kidding. Picking katakana characters. Alright, anyways, I'll let you go and good luck. Good luck with Japanese. If you remember, have the time you want to try dropping, yeah, no worries, no obligations. Good luck. Oh, by the way, we talked about games earlier on the topic of what have you... I have not tried Neo, the series, but I have watched lots of influencers that I follow quite a bit. Playing Neo 1 and Neo 2. Yes. It does have Japanese audio. Obviously, the game is set in Japan. Yeah. And you probably brought up Neo is because Wolong is the same developer, right? Their foray into the Chinese mythos. The Chinese mythos is the next frontier for all the Japanese developers, largely because a lot of times Japanese developers take a tangential leap to Chinese mythos in order to proliferate and expand their repertoire. Oftentimes the three, in terms of the business sense and reach, the 3 regions are typically the Chinese market, the Japanese market, obviously homegrown, and then the Americanized market. So the American market specifically. And that's usually the first hit. If they manage to satisfy that revenue, then they can expand to smaller regions. But generally speaking, yeah, Wolong is a natural progression. It is interesting that they didn't go super ham on the 3 kingdoms theme. But Wolong, for the Chinese mythos, for video games, if it's not 3 kingdoms, it's Journey to the West, right? And then for the Japanese side of things, the Shogun period, with some Shintoism and mysticism thrown in, right? For those type of games. Dark fantasy blends very well with the mystique of the Shogun period, the darker, grimier Shogun period as their backdrop. And then like 3 Kingdoms, it's a very bloody, and chaotic time in the Three Kingdoms, where Wolong was the setting, right? I haven't played a while in action light RPG games in a while. I typically aim for storytelling focused games, and oftentimes intellectually forward games. So not necessarily Twitch based mechanical ones. It's been a while. Although the Yakuza series has their light beat 'em up elements, and then most recently their turn-based movement. The Japanese culture has matured quite a lot in the last 3 games specifically, maybe even back to Yakuza 4, quite a bit. When they reached a modern age, it become increasingly multicultural. So in a way, it's really interesting, right? Like a Dragon series features Korean, Chinese, and Japanese, and now in the most recent title, Americanized Asian culture. So who knows? Like a Dragon 9, I have my fingers crossed for another cultural hub like New York City, West, or even California. I mean, I'll take California, but I think one of the biggest cultural hubs is New York City. So it would be really cool. Usually Like a Dragon takes place in cities, like cultural hubs, in order to like really use it. Obviously there are a lot of politics and red tape involved in the portrayal of cultural centers and organized crime in cultural centers. So I do look forward to it. I watch a lot of Neo. I know what's in Neo and what Team Ninja has been doing in the past. I actually spend most of my time following developers. I myself haven't really interacted with any major developers. It would be a dream, I suppose, to interview developers on the psychology and the design language behind it. Not so much for the whole hype and popularity stuff. I'm definitely not interested in the business side of things. Oftentimes, I argue for the business side of things a lot of times because that's underrepresented. However, I do like discussing philosophy and design choices with developers. I've talked to here and there smaller developers. So I largely play indie games for that reason. There is often a rare opportunity to interact with developers in the future before they become like Team Ninja or Platinum Games, or Platinum Games would be the other one, right? When it comes to Team Ninja's rival, it'd probably be the next step up is Platinum Games when it comes to development of that subgenre. Anyways, yeah, very familiar with Neo. Very familiar. I forgot that there are to mention when it comes to Chinese things, retro story games are incredible. We're not talking about visual novel games here. So visual novel games has been a staple in Japanese development. Retro storytelling games like To the Moon. Recently I played Rakuen, and any of those like Freebird games and Sparrow, like Black Sparrow. There's often a chance that they have very light localizations that are incredibly have a refined attention to detail due to the nature of their storytelling. That can be a wonderful source for opportunities to flex a secondary language acquisition, or practice anyway, so secondary language acquisition. And that's my plan for Japanese, by the way. My plan for Japanese is I will be playing these Japanese inspired retro story games. In contrast to a lot of people who keep pushing their visual novel fantasies onto me, where like, oh, I learned through visual novels. Like, I understand that. I'll probably play a visual novel game here and there. It's been a long time. The last visual novel game I played was Steins Gate. So I like retro storytelling game. The next one's probably Mr. Saito, by this single composer, writer, story creator turned game developer. Oh no, I forgot her name. Shiketora? I forgot her last name. She made Rakuin. It's really, really awesome story. Would you ever play yourself, or do you stray from Dark Souls games? I don't. It hasn't been novel enough. I've played a Souls game, and that's about as far as I go for the time being. Projects are very long, so when I start something, it takes like years to 2 years. So I don't stray too far. Like the next project is probably gonna be a JRPG series, and that JRPG series is going to be very long, and it's probably gonna be even longer because I'm gonna try to play it in Japanese. Only this time, I'm not playing it solely on the design language. I used to play Final Fantasy games in Japanese, although the Japanese was based on the essence and game design of it. So I was able to play through the Japanese games because I understand game design, right? It's kind of like understanding how to take a test without knowing half the content or not even knowing the instructions. When you can observe enough, you can play them. So Square Enix or Squaresoft is one of my darling childhood developers, and they're arguably at a resurgence or at the peak of their prior legacy. So it opens up a great opportunity to play Final Fantasy again. And much like a dragon, it takes about a year to do those things. And if I started Souls games again, it's probably the same. I don't play Souls game for Souls itself, as in the game design from FromSoft is brilliant. They're very consistent. They iterate on stuff. I don't gravitate towards developers that iterate on stuff unless they have a long legacy. Now, Souls would fit that bill. However, much like the Japanese learning community, right? The secondary Japanese learning community, I do not stick and gravitate towards things that do not have a healthy community. Souls is not a healthy community to me personally. It might be healthy to other people and ideal for other people, but it gravitates towards selecting behavioralisms that I prefer not to interact with on a daily basis. Like a Dragon has its quirks too, like its intense bias towards Japanese or the appreciation of the Japanese language. So lots of Japanese inspired things can be very difficult. Yes, League of Legends, I was a former competitive League of Legends player as well. Dropped that after 12 seasons, something like that. I also played Overwatch, right? I dropped that after 4 or 5 years. And then I played Magic the Gathering. So I've gone through a lot of series of things exposed to particular behavior that I like to take with a grain of salt. So if there's anything that will bring me back to Souls games, is that FromSoft takes a leap intellectually and take a business risk to delve into something. I'm more likely to play Armored Core, Fires of Rubicon, than another Souls game. So the idea is that Fires of Rubicon also involves gatekeepers. So when I talk about video games and breaking into communities with video games, there's a lot of gatekeeping. Learning Japanese is probably in my opinion, arguably the most gatekept language. Because like yesterday, when someone said, you're learning Japanese, so you must be a weeb. That's gatekeeping. So oftentimes I love indie games. I absolutely love indie games because they are the start. They are like going to college for the first time. They're like going to a university for the first time. Everyone has a basic level, like have a foundation of excellence or like competence. However, they're going in and discovering the things at the same time. So what is a game that I'll play that you'll probably see me play that has an established community? Hades 2. I will probably play Hades 2 on launch. So Supergiant Games is easily one of my top 20 developers, and they have broke their trend. They say like, all right, Hades did well, let's make a sequel, even though I was expecting them to just move on with a new IP, because that's Supergiant Games' mantra. They make a game, it does well, it's wonderful, it has the patented many design qualities of a Supergiant Games, and then they move on to a new IP. They're breaking the mold this time. Another game that was recently announced was Slay the Spire 2 by Megacrit. So you'll probably see me play that, and it's a really tight subgenre group. So sometimes gatekeeping is rough. And I still think in the early days of communities, there's less gatekeeping. Because it's not their fault. It's not the gatekeeper's fault. It's a conflict of interest. I like being someone who is constantly with a different perspective. So naturally, I come in conflict with well-established communities all the time. Because what do I look like from the outside? Well, if I talk about anime, I'm a weeb. If I'm talking about Chinese, I'm an American Chinese. If I talk about English, I'm not a normal American. It goes on all the time, and it's not a bad thing. It only reminds me of what I am. I am usually that guy that travels from place to place. So I am the nomadic person. I prefer to be a nomad. I go around collecting, if you will, if you watch anime, I resonate with like a character like Gin from Mushishi. I'm more like Gin from Mushishi, or Kino from Kino's Journey, or more recently, Rien from Rien. I like traveling and collecting experiences and stories. It might not be the most exciting thing, and I might seem like I'm not very excited, but that's the essence of the journey, right? Yeah, collecting. So sometimes when you go on a journey and you come in, you are viewed as an interloper. You're generally viewed as an interloper, someone that cannot possess the depth of knowledge that stays in place. So Souls is definitely one of them. Souls community are incredibly passionate, to their detriment as well, for someone like me. Personally, I resonate with people who are what you would call variety gamers, I guess. Although I feel like that definition has lost some of its intrinsic meaning when it comes to someone who focuses on variety versus someone who plays variety, as in they go with the trends. I don't typically go with the trends. I go against the trends. More now, variety is not hipstery anymore. So closer to hipstery than it is variety. Variety is variety is a reactionary term now. So if you're a variety gamer, you are a reactioner. You're someone who reacts to new things. A hipster is someone who wants to grab enough essence of whatever they delve with, collect that, and move on. Because collectively, it's the richness. So when Lots of people come up to me and say, oh, I'm very good at this game. I became a top player. Then I quit and I'm moving on to the next game to be a top player. I can't resonate with that. I go there. I try to understand enough to feel like I can communicate with them, and then I move on. But my collection will forever shape whatever I do. So the next thing I do, I bring all those stories with me. I really can't recommend Severin as an anime enough to represent what my perspective is. You carry people's stories forward. You spread story and influence. You're not one that is trying to elevate your own status. You are a collector, more of a librarian, if you will. And you can't break into the Souls community or play a Souls game without spending day in and day out being treated like someone who plays Duolingo or use Duolingo. So it happens all the time, every single time. So what I do on my off time? Indie games, because there's no precedence. And sure enough, the indie games that become really popular, they do develop their cultures. What is a previous indie game that I've played? These are not recorded because it was before a time I started recording. Stardew Valley, Undertale, Terraria, more recently, Dave the Diver. Although technically Dave the Diver is a developer that's trying to capture the indie game concept, because Midrocket is an extension of an in-house Nexon, and Nexon is a big corporation. However, they're deliberately targeting the indie subgenre. Supergiant Games is great. You have Clay Entertainment in general. Clay Entertainment has spawned many smaller communities, especially the Don't Starve. I started Don't Starve before it was Don't Starve. It sounds like a hipster's humble brag, but I played the game, collected the essence, and have not those communities aren't big enough to reach out to someone random like me, right? So Fatitious, that I've spoken to quite a long time, he really likes Don't Starve. So it was very coincidental. Well, it's not so much coincidental anymore because I played a lot of indie games. So the odds are I will probably be able to recommend a game or something that I talk about. Much like when I said Black Myth to you immediately after you said Wolong, because Black Myth fills all the checkboxes. So I keep up to date with the idea and information of all the games. I'm inherently a variety gamer, not necessarily a variety player of games. I forgot another community that was pretty. Slay the Spire is obviously the deck building community is legitimately built on Slay the Spire at this point. The Darkest Dungeon community, right? That kind of faded. There's also your survival strategy games, forwarded by the Frostpunk developers. The list goes on, but it's pretty good. And I hope your brother enjoys Hades. Hades is a isometric top-down action roguelike, if we had to generalize something like that. And Supergiant is the contemporary gold standard for that type of genre now. And then there's Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain. So the whole top-down or side-scrolling perspective going into a third-person perspective. In fact, there's a new indie game that is making that transition now. Hyperdrive. I think it's called Hyperdrive. Lots of wonderful things. Right now, though, my 2023 is either Dredge, or Dave the Diver, which I've played up to this point. Dave the Diver is going to see, at least based on how I see the road, their frequency of updates, they'll have 4 or 5 content updates. So I'll probably end up playing Dave the Diver this year. And then Dredge has 2 or 3 updates soon. So, to give you an idea. But maybe one day I'll come back to Souls again. Here's a hot take, Sub-Zero. If Sony releases the IP to bring Bloodborne to PC, I'll play Bloodborne. I haven't owned a PlayStation console in a very long time. So, since the PlayStation 2. Actually, technically since the PlayStation Portable, because the PlayStation Portable dated after the PlayStation 2. So, if there's a Souls game, if there's a Souls game that might be able to have me play, it'll probably be when Sony releases an IP to hire maybe a secondary developer, or maybe even Bluepoint, to bring Bloodborne to the PC. That is like monumental. So it's part of video game culture and history. So that might circumvent that rough conflict of interest with a closed community. Very hardcore communities are super awesome to watch at arm's length. For someone like me, it's an uphill emotional battle against that. So even I am not that masochistic to go against a closed community, a closed, passionate community. It's already kind of emotionally stressful in a nice way, moderately in a nice way, to learn Japanese with Duolingo on stream. Without a doubt, if you wanted a language, of all the languages you pick, in my opinion, the most eccentrically closed off gatekeeping language is probably Japanese. Both in statistics, in native speaking, like population distribution, it leads to that. And I expect that to some extent. I get pleasant surprises. I mean, I've met you, Sub-Zero, even Jamie, right? Jamie, like Lotus, Indy. I've met a lot of people who are exceptions to the rule. But statistically, from the perspective of the person who encounters all of these, 95% of my interactions are due to gatekeeping in a very real way, both negative and positive, however you want to spin it. It's a natural process of the human condition. You become gatekeepers when you become incredibly specialized and dedicated and passionate to something. It's very difficult to not feel attached to something you spend a lot of time with. And I'm not that kind of guy who get really attached. I get attached to the person, or the process, the journey of that person. So I don't ever expect people to stay the same. In my opinion, it's a natural conflict of interest. I want someone to both enjoy Souls games and all the other games. I want to encourage them to not become stagnant intellectually. So whenever someone tells me they like Souls games, I will probably try to suggest something Souls adjacent, or maybe even say, if you're feeling really adventurous and you kind of like certain aspects, like after this person describes a lot of the things, well, this game has like 3 or 4 of those characteristics. Are you willing to flex a little to get like a little element of something else, right? That's kind of my personality being projected by using my experience. So as much as I love to spend another year, I think Like a Dragon is the longest I've ever committed to a specific game franchise in my entire life. It only rivals Final Fantasy and Sonic the Hedgehog. Because Sonic the Hedgehog was my first childhood thing. So we're talking about Sonic 1, 2, 3, Sonic Knuckles, Sonic CDX, and then that's it. That's 5, right? And then we have Final Fantasy 1 through 12, skipping 11. And I haven't played a Final Fantasy since, actually, because of the console age. Final Fantasy 12 was the last PlayStation 2 title. And in all the other ones, you had to wait and wait. So I watch everyone play Final Fantasy. Also, another thing is I like watching people just as much as experiencing it myself. So the whole spoiler thing, I can't resonate with that. If someone spoils something for me, I play the game with their memory and their story with the game. It means that I'm going to have an experience that I otherwise could not have without that person. So it's different. It's a different experience. So if someone like tells me their experience in the game and I haven't played the game, feel free to do so. Because when I play the game, I'll have your stories and your sharing of your time with me when I'm playing the game. This is a good digression. I like this digression. Maybe we'll edit it out and put it as a YouTube video. The idea that when someone focuses, we'll make this about like the end goal thing, right? A lot of times when people play video games and suggest a video game, they kind of desperately project a novelty in trying to experience the game. And I do understand that is awesome when you can. Oftentimes life is filled with so many wonderful things, at least in my opinion, wonderful things. Being able to experience something is fantastic, as in playing a game or making enough time to play the game and play the game yourself. And I understand there's nothing like it. There's also nothing like someone who tells you about their experience with the game when you don't have enough time. So much like Final Fantasy VII, I picked my person that I resonate with a lot in passion and watched him play the entirety of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. In the last, the person is right at the very end, and I'm waiting for their last video on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Am I going to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Possibly. And I think that's probably going to be one of the projects. I'm going to play the OG Final Fantasy VII, the least updated version on PlayStation because it's not on PlayStation, on PC because it's available. Possibly the remastered version, and then the current version. And maybe by the time I do that, whatever the last Final Fantasy VII is coming out, I'll do that too. That might be a project, possibly. There's another community that I'm still waiting to get updated with, would be Cyberpunk 2077. I am a product and I do enjoy CDPR. So I have played Witcher 1, 2, and 3, and I was part of the launch party, like the launch group of peeps for Cyberpunk 2077. And since then, since their 1.0 launch, right, of Cyberpunk 2077, I haven't gone back, so it's been a while. And I have plans to go back to engage in Phantom Liberty and all the incredibly different changes to Cyberpunk. I genuinely find it hard to gatekeep if you wanted to. I end up bursting out with whatever I found helpful in hopes that others will share the same experience I did. So here's the thing. I know that it sounds very admirable. Gatekeeping oftentimes is very, very unintentional. So for example, when someone says something like, I only want to help, it can still be gatekeeping. So for example, much like the intent, I feel no ill will for individuals who unintentionally gatekeep. Their passion is the gatekeeping part, if you know what I mean. It's a really endearing quality about human passion. So for example, when someone is overzealous, they are incredibly wanting to help. However, that also is a form of gatekeeping. As in, for example, if someone needs to learn something and you only want to help, you're going to go out of your way to find every possible way to help them. Gatekeeping prevents the person from experiencing something that they otherwise wouldn't, right? So even then, I actually view gatekeeping as a very positive thing. The thing that I can do my best with, like that I have control over, is to show them that I really appreciate their passion and their help. No. So you have been gatekeeping. However, I love it. I'm a person who's very resonant with gatekeeping because I understand that the best thing you can do to demonstrate how helpful you are is, how much you love something, is to be helpful. And I try my best. Sometimes I ruffle feathers. So I want to warn you, sometimes I'm not trying to act as a contrarian. I want to share and depict that I'm incredibly grateful. Like, when someone's really passionate, they also really, really want to help. So the question is, if you see someone stumble on the thing that you really love, and you can't help but go out of your way to help them, that is part of gatekeeping. And I do that all the time. I gatekeep learning all the time. How do I do that? I accidentally, inadvertently offend people about what they know about learning. So when someone says something like, oh yeah, well, I learned the best this way, and I do X, Y, and Z, and it leads to X, Y, and Z, and how do I gatekeep learning? My first gatekeep behavior would be to ask them, well, it kind of looks like you selectively focus on these things based on the things you've explained to me, and just contextually just that, right? All these things, they seem to all have a common element. Have you considered using alternatives that would trigger different types of processes in your in your learning routine? I'm gatekeeping. So what I have done now is that I challenged the way this person thinks learning is efficient for them to consider other things. There are ways to gatekeep without saying, this is the best way, this is the only way, I've done this. Yeah, that would almost be like backseat learning. Yeah. And I personally have gotten used to that. I don't think many people get used to that because they stick to what they're good at. So if you stick to what you're good at and you resonate with the community, you don't ever have to backseat learn anymore. As in, you don't need to remember what it's like to talk to someone who doesn't know everything you know, right? And then when you occasionally go out and see someone learning again, the idea is, oh, I know so much knowledge, I just want to help this person. This person is so good. Like, they're so passionate. I want them to get to me, get to where I am, so we can appreciate the thing together all the time. And that is the wholesome gatekeeping. I want to destigmatize gatekeeping, because gatekeeping is just that. You want to open the gates, not just keep the gates closed. A lot of times gatekeeping is this like idea of, oh yeah, I'm in front of the gate. You have to prove your worthiness to get through the gate. But there's other types of gatekeepers. There are gatekeepers who want to open the door with you or help you get through the gate so that you can join the community. Still a form of gatekeeping though, in my opinion. Like, figuratively, it's still another form of gatekeeping. Is it good or bad? It's up to the, it's up to the people involved. However, for me, I do it all the time. I see myself do it all the time. It feels good. So this very inception point. So this is a point of inception right now. All the things I'm saying right now, I'm legitimately gatekeeping. Like, someone can come up to me and say, but wait a minute, Maku, you're making a case to dispel gatekeeping. So you're legitimately gatekeeping. I'm like, yeah, I am. Because I'm passionate about it. I'm passionate about understanding the motivations behind people's behavior, right? The motivations behind all the common trends of gatekeeping. If I don't understand this, I'm going to have a really, really bad time streaming. There's no possible way, in my opinion, there's such a small percentage of possibility if you don't understand how gatekeeping works and you want to be like a quote unquote variety streamer, if you do not understand or intuitively find ways to cope or rationalize why everyone is against you all the time, then you're going to have a really bad time. You're going to burn out. It's going to be, what's specific coping mechanisms for variety streamers? Like, well, you know, I just like doing what I want to do. If I'm happy and I only need my own motivation, that's great. Like, yes, if you have enough self-motivation to go about, that's fantastic. You don't have, in my opinion, you don't necessarily only have to do that. I think it's a very common strategy. It works really well for those variety people who say like, yeah, you know, your opinions are great, but I have my opinions. I'm going to play this game now. I don't care what you're thinking. This game might be lame, but it might not be lame to me. That kind of helping. But you can also work with it as well. You can improve your variety, whatever. And for me, my choice is that when I go and, I don't know, like low key, if someone makes a convincing enough argument, I'll drop Duolingo tomorrow. Like, I'll drop it right now if someone is able to convince me to do so. And the idea is then I will violate the Duolingo community, if there is one, if I'm already resonating with the Duolingo community, and I will be hopping out of this community and into another community that's well established. Like, I'll drop this right now and we'll start making Anki flashcards. You're leaving one community and you're hopping into another community. So if you're a variety streamer or someone who are a collector of skills, you're going to do this over and over again. It's like going from town to town. You're constantly going to be the outsider, and you're going to spend a limited amount of time to try to not be less of an outsider. Grab as much of that method or stuff you have from observation, and you move to the next town. So every single town you enter, you are literally entering a gate with a community gatekeepers. You have to go in, go back out. And when you leave them, it's also an exit strategy. That's kind of like, do you leave all those people behind, or you pick up some adventures with you? Generally, you typically leave all the people behind. You may pick up one or two adventurers that join you in the group. But nomadic life is far more lonelier, right? Statistically, you are likely to be less settled. It's the opposite of settling down. And my thought is, you can work around that. You can work with that as opposed to against that. So a lot of times when people say, how do you keep motivated on constantly learning new things? It's largely because the strategies around my life revolves around constantly learning new things. Not constantly getting good at specific things, but constantly learning new things. So how am I happy when everyone tells me the things I do 90% of the time is garbage because I don't understand it enough? Like, well, because I spend most of my time dealing with that or like maximizing it. So when people now meet me in Duolingo and say, constantly bombard me with, oh yeah, you don't understand, Duolingo's trash, like I've already done this for like 3 years, gatekeeping. Like, well, now I don't use Duolingo, gatekeeping. I'm going to experience this for the rest of my life as a streamer. Like, the content I stream deliberately puts me in front of a gate, at a gate. I might not even ever step through the gate sometimes. So if there's enough pushback, I don't get through the gate, and you lose that. Sometimes you don't ever get past the gate. It's fine. So there are things that I've done, not as much, but most of the time I would say I have like a track record of 90%-ish. There 1 out of 10 chance I might start it and I stop it. O's community is one of them. I stopped at the gate. Maybe occasionally I get a visa and I walk into the O's community for like a month and then I leave. Like, I get pushed. Like, there are lots of signs that push me out of the O's community. So even being I don't know what it is now. I think I'm a 5-digit now or something, right? I haven't touched that thing in almost another 6 months. I might go back in, apply for a visa, look around what's new, and then I'm going to leave again. So that is an incredibly unpopular, very unpopular thing to do. You resonate with the community, you settle down, and you create your niche. I'm basically anti-niche, and my niche is to be nomadic. So what will I do? What will I look like in another year? I have no idea what it's going to look like in another year. I have plans. I can tell you what I have planned. They're in no way going to be set in stone. So I already talked about like Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy VII, what I'm going to do with Japanese in the future and all that stuff. No way is this set in stone. It's nice to have some like defaults. So those are all my defaults, the stuff that I'm talking about now. If Bloodborne gets remastered and get placed on PC, that's a default plan if and when that happens. In another year, I could be on Rosetta Stone using my Anki flashcards and becoming a VTuber. I have no idea, right? There are so many elements that has been presented to me in the future for a while now. Like, VTubing was among a lot of those suggestions, right? Or for me, it could happen. I don't know. It takes someone incredibly persuasive, someone who has command of their community representative. Like, for example, I'll give a very specific example that would change the trajectory of what I stream. If someone, like, for example, Maximilian Dude, thank you, Max. This is in the most humblest way. If Maximilian Dude approached me and gave me something that allows me to enter the FGC, then I would probably, the next 2 or 3 years would look very, very different. So I take opportunities where it's presented. I do not pass opportunities. And it's overrated creating your own opportunities. Yeah, the fighting game community. I've actually started with the fighting game community. Outside of Sonic the Hedgehog, I started with Street Fighter. Max is still, I think he's 7 or 8 years older than me. So, there was a time when I wasn't able to, I could have been one of those people who stood there and watch him play at the arcade cabinets. Although we didn't have arcades around where I was, right? And then we didn't have like the luxury of doing that, but priorities were different. So when there's an opportunity that presents itself, I'll probably seize it. Other than that, have I tried? No, I have not. But I have advised and watched a personal friend of mine like all of the current FGCs. I do keep up with the FGC, not in the sense of the people that are in the FGC, but all the relevant titles, right? It's not just Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6. We still had travel a little bit earlier, and we have Guilty Gear, right? The announcement of a new Virtual Fighter in development, right? I also started with Virtual Fighter as well when it comes to the 3D space because of Sega Saturn, right? And Soul Calibur, right? Soul Calibur. There might be a resurgence of Soul Calibur, who knows, after Virtual Fighter. And let's not write off SNK, right? SNK as well, not just the Arc System Works stuff like Dragon Ball Z Fighters and whatnot, the greater Arc System Works universe, as well as SNK, King of Fighters, right? King of Fighters is pretty hot now because the second, what do you call it, Gaoro game is been teased and gonna have some hands-on, right? Gaoro 2, which features a certain someone that Maximilian Dude really likes. So SNK, Sam Show was one of the original arcade games that I was exposed to that I really enjoyed. SNK Samurai Showdown. So lots of things. Passionate people are the reason why I'm passionate about things nowadays. For example, my passion for Japanese, it goes without saying. Dogen is probably the centerpin now. My passion for British takes on American English, Lost in the Pond with Lawrence. It keeps going. My science and current events are the Greens brothers, Hank Green and John Green. And I've encountered Hank Green by SciShow, his project, one of his main projects, SciShow, and then all the extensions of it. Then I knew that his brother was John Green, who happens to have written a series of wonderful books. And my favorite of them all, or the one that I even read personally and listened to multiple times, is the Anthropocene Review. And then that led to Faults in Our Star, listening to Fault in Our Star. Haven't watched the movie yet. There's going to be a movie with turtles all the way down. I'm like name dropping all these things, but generally speaking, it's in a very passionate positivity. I rarely name drop too often in public because that kind of is a thing that lots of people do. I think the individuals that I appreciate a lot, they're very humble in nature. I generally gravitate towards people who like to do the things they do with welcome arms to adoration, but generally they're not motivated by adoration. So all the people that I named recently are not in the realm of, in my opinion, appropriately business-oriented clout chasers, right? So there is a lot of clout chasing that is very welcome in the career, but I don't think, in my opinion, Hank and people like Hank and John Green are trying to make a career out of something, but to give their life effective meaning and pull in the way they can utilize their influence. Yeah, things like that. And Maximilian Dude is obviously, without a doubt, before he was he's pretty much a juggernaut now as a contemporary middle ground between the gatekeepers and the casual. So he effectively become his position because he can tactfully go back and forth between mediating gatekeeping and increasing casual receptions. So he is the FGC representative that I follow quite a lot. I mean, there are others that are a little bit more hardcore in their behaviorisms. Like, I'm familiar with lots of familiar names like James Wong, and James Wong would be a great one. Is his first name James? Or is it Justin? Not to be confused with the other person who was a YouTube kind of sensation back then, the one that went off to end up directing movies or directing like projects and visual effects and stuff like that. I often get their first names. They both happen to be Wong. So sorry to those people by getting James and Justin mixed up. So there's plenty of that going around. And that's a good place to end as a digression. Shout outs to all those individuals. You used to play a lot of Street Fighter, especially Street Fighter 5. I just can't seem to like the Street Fighter 6 roster. That's fair enough. Otherwise you'd be playing a lot. That's fair enough. Yeah. At the moment, there are the stuff that Capcom established with Street Fighter 6. You will probably see a lot of iterations of that type of system. So perhaps in the future, other like aspired fighting games, maybe in the indie scene or something, may have something to your liking, right? That kind of exudes the same design language. I think the whole drive gauge is an exceptional tool that will be incredibly influential in the future for a modern standard. So I wouldn't be surprised if you in the future will find a title that may exude the same design language of Capcom's Street Fighter 6, but with like different aesthetics or different content, things that kind of resonate with you. That's kind of the wonders of being influential, right? The things you do can ripple and then people can build on it. To be fair, Street Fighter 5 was like that at launch too. It's true. Street Fighter 5 had a rocky early start. I ended up liking it after 5 years of release since the roster. Yeah. I don't like 10 characters. Yeah, I just don't think like 10 characters enough. Fair enough. Especially when you compare it to SS4. So Street Fighter 6 is here to stay for a very long time, much like Tekken 8. Probably not as long as Tekken 8. Capcom has a roadmap and development cycle that's a little bit more accelerated than Bamco's Tekken, right? And then SNK has an even more accelerated roadmap. So if you want to go on fast-paced rotating and stuff, SNK has a much faster rotation. However, they're probably here to stay for much longer. Yeah, we're all dead by the Tekken 9 is out. Listen, real talk. Just as a last joke and meme to end this discussion, I don't even know where this discussion started. Oh, it's about video games and like gatekeeping and stuff. Real talk. You want to hear about gatekeeping that is in a positive sense, but also no one talks about all the time? Pick your favorite Valve game. And then tell me about waiting on something. If you want a gatekeeping community that is kind of healthy and constantly making new things, but also constantly inherently being stuck in place because of no new direction, a Valve game. Portal 2. Team Fortress 2. Half-Life 2. Personally, I'm a Portals 2 guy, but hey. Choose, right? And I ended up starting with Overwatch, so I didn't understand the legacy that Team Fortress 2 had. There are communities that are there that naturally do not go around and ask people for trying to get into the community, but it is very hard. It is very hard. I was a vanilla Warcraft player. Like, I survived Warcraft. Like, you know, all the current Twitch streamers, when you think about their like the well-established legacy Twitch streamers, the first thing you'll probably say that connects a lot of the like those people is that they either opportunistically seized on their World of Warcraft legacy or they didn't, and they moved on to like a different career. I was one of them. At the beginning of my career, I was a vanilla Warcraft player. Like as a gamer, I was a vanilla Warcraft player into the Burning Crusade, and then immediately that was cut short because of my particular priorities. And now I'm back, and ironically, when someone looks at me, they're like, oh yeah, there's no way this person had a background legacy in video games like I do. First Street Fighters, first Sonic the Hedgehog, World of Warcraft, Magic the Gathering. If you expand across all the things, I think the one thing that would probably not be on people's radar, and I would totally not blame them, is concordant, is Dungeons and Dragons. I skipped over Dungeons and Dragons. That didn't happen with me. Now with the resurgence of Western fantasy, I'm more in line with understanding the culture behind Dungeons and Dragons than anything else. Do I currently play any games? Just to wrap up, I currently play Neverwinter Online. You'll see me play Neverwinter Online this April because a new module, mod 28, is dropping. This is with greater than 10 years now. The other one I used to play was Atlantica Online. That was around 10 years. However, this is dropped. This was a Nexon. This eventually became a Nexon-owned property. And I currently play PSO2 NGS. And that's since NGS released. So I guess this would be the third year? Year 3. And I play Hearthstone since closed beta. And Hearthstone is entering 9 years? 9 years? So I played Hearthstone for 9 years, I think. So I'm currently the 3 that I play every day, like, is Neverwinter Online, NGS, and Hearthstone. These are the 3. Any titles that have been like around 3+ years that I've done before was League of Legends, StarCraft, World of Warcraft, Street Fighter, Final Fantasy. The list kind of goes on when it comes to 3+ years. But in terms of current titles, you will probably catch me eventually. It's every Mondays, with the exception of the first week. The first week launch day is Tuesday, and then every Monday for 10 Mondays is usually the cycle for Neverwinter. PSO2 is infrequent. Whenever there's a story update, and it can fluctuate between 5 or 6 months periods. And then Hearthstone, I don't do Hearthstone things. Hearthstone is a closed casual community, and that's very difficult to do. Like, largely there really isn't much for me to talk about. It's a closed casual community. So what I mean by casual community is that casual community tends to not speak about nuances, and without nuances, I don't have a lot to gain from the nuances. Like, there aren't people willing to gatekeep and share their experiences, so I can't gain anything from streaming it. Now I suppose I'll reveal my secret or something of my motivations. Why did I start on Duolingo? Closed casual community. So that means all the people who use Duolingo usually are either, if I encounter, are either new or recent. And the ones that do it habitually, I won't ever hear from. Right? Because you won't. They're a closed casual community. However, since Duolingo is in conflict with a well-established, I can't spell established today, established gatekept community, and the list goes on for which communities. There are at least 5 that are touched upon. Otaku, weeb, serious language learners, LLs, linguist, native Japanese people. That's probably the GOAT right here. Native Japanese people are the biggest gatekeepers. All of this, what it does is when I choose Duolingo, I have increased opportunities to engage in discussion, both failure, mistakes, conflict of interest. It keeps my intellectual purposes in line. When I encounter all of these different situations and more, it keeps me engaged. When I'm doing something for myself, it's not engaging. It's like, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to expect to do without any of these like elements of novelty. It's not engaging to me. So I don't want to do things I'm good at. So oftentimes Neverwinter online, TSO2, NGS, I don't stream anything until it prompts an update that increases the probability of encountering gatekeeping, or like people who have an opinion, people who want to express that opinion. I'm not a popular person, so you must increase the odds of that happening in order for me to be engaged in it. So you won't ever see me stream anymore casually. There was times when I streamed Neverwinter online every single day, and it became that whole, oh, here's the grind. So the people who hang out are like the grinders, like, oh, they're not gonna say anything, they're just grinding. I'm not that kind of person. Turns out I didn't thrive in that situation. It ultimately made me feel like I was grinding, so I put a stop to that. Also, I did play RuneScape. I was one of those people who gotten to the point of old school RuneScape because I couldn't afford it before I switched over to World of Warcraft when I started making money. In RuneScape, I was the guy that bought all the paid content by using the free content. I was obsessed. Or what I mean by obsessed was I was doing everything the good old youth Asian way. Right? If you think about stereotypes, like what is a farmer? I was one of those farmers. Like naturally when someone says like oh yeah, it's weird, it's weird that you've been doing this for so long. Like, how do you do this for so long? Or it's impressive that you're doing so long. It's my one trait. Like, if I have to say humbly, what trait do I have that is even marketable at all? Like, I honestly believe, and I don't think this is an imposter syndrome situation. Not an imposter syndrome situation. If I went into an interview, my interview is going to be around my endurance. The one trait I have is endurance and problem solving, with a side of CC, critical thinking. That is my one trait. How did I get to a PhD in science? It's not because I was exceptionally intelligent or pioneeringly visionary. It's because I had endurance, problem solving, and critical thinking. My communication sucked so hard. I was socially awkward. All that took time. But time gives me an advantage. One day I'm not going to have that. Fair enough. When I get older, you know, when I'm 70 or 80, it's not going to be an advantage. Perhaps my perspective will change. However, juggling, staggering multiple development tasks and skills
is the one marketable trait I have. So how could I leverage this? How do I leverage this to make it so that I can leave an impact on people, right? That's what I need in my life. One of the things that I'm dependent on other people. I did mention that there are a few things I'm dependent on other people. One of them is leveraging impact. So what do I do if I'm excel at endurance and multiple skill juggling, right? Multiple skill juggling. I frame everything around it. So how do I frame around this stuff? Habit formation, mental consistency. All of these things are, without saying it too detachedly and unfeeling to those who struggle with this, this is a walk in a park for me. However, I must recognize that how can I distill all of this down so that I can make it useful for other people? What is it easy to quit habits? No, it shouldn't be. It is for me. It's very easy to quit habits and form new habits. It's my one leverage. I play the long game all the time. The long game in the sense that if there's a problem presented to me, I'll switch and solve the problem. That's what I do. I constantly run towards problems to be solved. It's why I love science. Science was fantastic for that. You solve a problem, then you have more problems. You solve a question, then you have more questions. You're constantly running towards questions. So you're constantly having to redefine yourself to fit the thing. So now I do everything to frame around that. So when I review every 25 days, it's going to be different from my 50-day review, my 75-day review, 100-day review. And if any point, any of those things can resonate with someone, I hope they take it and they use it to their own benefit, because that's all I can leverage, in my opinion. And I don't need any more other things to leverage. Life is an endurance game, and it requires problem solving and critical thinking things. So many people said like, oh, well, what's so critical thinking about video games? Have you considered the idea that the way you treat video games may offer you the solution in approaching how you look at life's problems, right? So a lot of times I play video games and draw analogies to acquiring other things using a video game approach, if that resonates for the person. If the person's a tough love, grindy kind of person, yeah, I'll give you a 1,000-step program if you want. Like, that's kind of the idea. I meet the challenge as opposed. I like to make lemonade all the time. I'm a lemonade sipper. I'm not a ideal power product person. Like, oh yeah, this is almost near perfect product. It's like I see a product I can use. Like, if you're down in the dumps and you're like at your wit's end, I will still continue to try and change that for better. Like, even if I fail, it's the journey of trying. When someone trusts me to do something with them, I'm not looking for what is it in it for me or what's the value of it. Just doing the thing will create value itself. So every moment, everything I choose to do, like sleeping, inherently becomes valuable. I think to echo one last thing about something, a lot of people say that to be successful, we'll end on this rhetoric. I do enjoy ending things on rhetorics. To be successful, oftentimes other people say you have to sacrifice something to be successful, right? Be it time, money, and dear Lord, family, right? or you could, by extension, social life. That's the cost a lot of times when people say to be successful. My rebuttal or my counter argument would be, these are privileges. All of these things are not sacrifices. If you perceive them as opportunities. So your success at whatever you valued more is your success. Ask yourself, do you want these things? Right? If you want these things, these are the things that are offered to you in life, right? Hopefully. There's a lot of privileged things going here, but when opportunities are offered to you, you get to choose which one, right? Hopefully you get to choose which one. And even the ones you don't choose, when opportunity is forced upon you, the different perspective is that, how do you maximize things that are forced upon you? Things that are forced upon you can become opportunities. So when it comes to my definition, or like not really definition, but my indicator of a successful person. Oh wow, I wrote definition. My definition of green flags for someone. So if I talk to a stranger and immediately they give me this green flag, is the idea that they assure me, they give me the impression that they can take anything and make it gold to them. That is probably the most secure type of people that I've met in my life. And I've had the privilege to meet some of those type of people, where when they go into an interview and someone says, how do you like, you say this thing, but how do you deal with it? Like, how do you deal with all the people that disagree with you or constantly talk? Their response would be something like, well, it is an opportunity to make sure that my perspective is reasonably reinforced. I spend the time that they talk about, understand where they're coming from, evaluate their thing and form a counter argument, or embrace some of the stuff they have. What they're presenting is they're explaining how they either take advantage of it, maybe even embrace it, or refute it. So it's not about how there are things you can't control, like, oh yeah, someone's going to hate you. Someone in the world isn't going to hate you because they're going to disagree with you. It's like, well, how do you use it? How do you leverage that to your advantage? How does it bother you? Well, it doesn't if you're constantly focusing on how to maximize all your opportunities. An argument is an opportunity to learn something. Someone yelling at you is an opportunity to explore your emotional stability with regarding how negative that comment is. When you're pushed against danger, you have to evaluate how you mitigate and address that danger. You are not concerned with the success as in the cost and value of the end game. Like, oh no, what happens if I start learning Japanese and then everyone's going to hate me because I didn't learn a different language because Japanese is a rare language or something like that. You don't concern with that. You learn Japanese and see what happens, because what you can assuredly know as a successful person is you can make it work. You can make it work with or without 100,000 people behind your back. You can make it work when there's one person who's struggling, where you can help that one person, or at least try your darndest to do it. And that to me is almost healthy gatekeeping. So if I'm a gatekeeper for something, I'm a gatekeeper for this perspective. This perspective that if you're telling me a lot of things you want to accomplish and you know you're going to accomplish, I'm going to gatekeep you and ask you, are there things you want to do that you don't know what's going to happen? That you don't know if you like it or not? Generally speaking, the reason why I'm gatekeeping is I see a lack of something. Not that this person isn't healthy or they should go about their thing. I have a natural tendency to point out what is absent when someone is constantly telling me what is present. And if someone is focused on what is absent, I have a natural tendency to gatekeep and ask them what is present. So to tie it back to language learning, so we can wrap up this digression. By the way, if you did ask me, Sub-Zero, what other things I do or maybe video games I play, the core of my, I guess, channel or something is to collect digressions, and I call them deep digressions. So the biggest category of videos I have are anytime I digress for more than an hour, and I consciously choose when I do those things in order to collect the thoughts. So I probably have like 100+ videos now on like a 2 or 3 hours, sometimes even 8 hours, and we get super engaged in a very specific topic that I rehearsed, practiced, and incorporated new ideas, and some of them might repeat and they'll be different the next time. So this is one of them. And just to wrap it back to the language learning thing, right? The language learning thing. People worry about where or when they are going to get to somewhere. So I often ask themselves, are they happy or maybe even like satisfied with their progress or something, their progress with that goal? That's often that word that I've mentioned a bunch of times, which is fluency. Fluency is attached to a time frame. I don't know when, if, or buts about when I will become fluent in any language I choose. But I didn't get to this point worrying about where I will ultimately be, because life is strange. It'll take you in many places. If you ask yourself, you are happy doing this type of thing, that's a green light. That means your expectations are being met. And I feel that a person like that will sustainably be happy. If you're asking yourself things like, if you're saying things like, oh, I have concerns, right? I thought I was going to get here. I thought Duolingo was going to work. I don't like Duolingo because it wasn't effective for me. Or I tried this and that. And that's telling me that you aren't happy with end goal perspective. So oftentimes then I would suggest, hey, what about process-oriented thinking? Right? Like, was there a reason you spent 2 years with Duolingo? Even though you said it didn't work for you? Like, sometimes time and expectations have this thing about ignoring anything that confirms, opposes your confirmation. So what I do as a gatekeeper, I guess, as a gatekeeper to critical thinking, is when someone constantly tells me what is there, like for example, if someone is constantly celebrating what Duo offers, right? Like, I don't know, vocab and stuff, my natural inclination would ask them, what does Duo not do? And then when someone says, Duo don't do a lot of things, I challenge them by saying, what do Duo do? Like, what are the things that Duo do? The whole idea is that this dispels... I can't spell dispel. Dispels confirmation bias. And it also encourages, it takes me as the source of problems. So, conflicts of interest. I am the source of the problem. I am the conflict of interest. And when you have a conflict of interest, it promotes problem solving and critical thinking. So pretty much, I set myself up for conflicts because I can. I believe that I need to leverage the one skill that I think I have, or I suppose the talent, if someone says that, the one talent I have is to set up conflicts of interest in order to basically talk about problem solving and critical thinking. So everything ends up, in my opinion, like 90% of the things I talk about involves problem solving and critical thinking in the end. So even when someone asks me what my favorite video game is, and just to wrap it all the way back to the very first question, Sub-Zero, in which all this digression occurred, is the concept of video games and Souls games, right? Here's a funny thing. If I don't play a Souls game right now, and that's a conflict of interest, right? It's a conflict of interest. I can explain why I don't, right now. I can explain it. But the question is, can you convince me? Can you convince me to play a Souls game? So the question, what this means is, as long as you don't have the motivation to convince me, then I accept that it is important enough for you to mention. However, it is not important enough for me to play the Souls game, which tells me that you're open-minded. Right? If you're closed-minded, which I had the pleasure and the privilege of encountering many times, it's like, oh, so you play garbage games. Oh, the games you play requires no skill. These are the comments that would come from a closed-minded gatekeeper. This is the toxicity that I'm talking about regarding incredibly passionate but closed things. And oftentimes, I don't even think these are really all that malicious, because honestly, they probably believe it. Like, Souls games require skill. I mean, I'm sure you can resonate with that. Requires skill. It requires some sort of skill. Now, the question is, if I play a Souls game, are you going to play a puzzle game? I have very privileged to have one or two friends who we do not share a single video game commonality. And we can speak about what we like and what we don't like, what resonates with us and what we don't, and counter argue all the time without necessarily entering this type of ad hominem argument, a projection of value. So for example, I like puzzle games. I like deck builders. I love walking sim games, storytelling games. And low key, this is going to be a hot take. Mechanical games is basically, in my opinion, like someone who studies language for acquisition of the language itself. So as much as I love and embrace and am very admire individuals who are mechanical, like linguists, which are concerned with like structure, mechanics, the language itself, I spend most of my time telling stories about the language. It's not going to be part of the language acquisition process to most people. This is suboptimal, as most people would say. Storytelling is suboptimal to language acquisition. Story is suboptimal to making puzzle games with the language. It's suboptimal to think about deck building because native Japanese speakers don't use their language to describe deck building in a casual conversation. Walking sims, and then let's not harp too much on language acquisition. Like for me and my friend, walking sims, my particular friend considered them, I rather watch a movie. A movie. Or a show. Because a walking sim game is pretty much watching a movie or a show. That's a conflict of interest. Does it hurt my feelings? Not really. Am I gonna be convinced to try to gatekeep what walking sim does that movies and books don't do, and then challenge the ad hominem argument like, well, maybe you just lack imagination or etc.? No, not really. And having friends like that around me that constantly challenges my own perspective is where I thrive. So oftentimes, if when I get best friends, I do have best friends that resonate with me like 100%, nearly 100%. As in, all the things I'm saying now, they would just nod and say nothing. As in, fair points. This is a fair point. This is a fair point, and just nods. The way we stay friends is we share experiences, but we often do not delve into like intricacies, like nuances, because those nuances are subject to groupthink. So I have different types of friends, more or less. I have friends that challenge me at every corner because we're not alike. And then I have what I would often say best friends per se, because we resonate all the time. As in, oh, I haven't seen this friend in 3 years, and it took us like 5 minutes to get caught up because it's resonating, right? That's why it's so comforting to groupthink. And just to wrap a lot of the things up, groupthink is what gatekeepers are. Gatekeepers thrive on groupthink. They don't thrive on challenges. So the strength of a gatekeeper is how strong the group is. And with just as a long story short, the Souls community is super strong. And because of it, gatekeeping is also very strong. It's a strong community. Strong communities protect their community. They're very protective. And much like that, which language has arguably one of the stronger gate-kept communities? Japanese. And even within the micro communities of, some people would say like, oh yeah, but the Japanese is made of 2 different communities, like a second language, right? Second language versus native. The irony here is the native community is even more gatekeepy than the second secondary community, the second language community. But this together is hecka strong. Why do I feel this way? A lot of people will probably challenge me on this. Why do I feel this way? I speak American English. What is arguably the least gatekeeping propensity, and this is a hot take, so hot take alert, guys, sorry. Hot take alert. What are the characteristics of the least gatekeeping language? Well, the native speakers are the minority. Maximum number of majority competition. Oh yeah, your American English, it's wrong. Like, it's wrong. Yeah, well, technically yes, because the native English speakers are the minority. Like, if they group together, if the majority competition groups group together, maybe even put in like 2 countries worth, like say Germany aligns with like Italy and throw in France, then you probably have something that competes with the native minority, right? So if there's a language that gets spread out, maybe in the future Japanese will become very, very popular, and then pockets of neo Japanese will be in other places. Then we can start talking about how less gatekeepy Japanese is. It's not the same, right? As an English speaker, the first normalized factor is that you can't inherently successfully gatekeep. It's very difficult to successfully gatekeep. You have more opponents at every corner of the world, like everywhere. So you're naturally, when people talk about English, it's like, yeah, English is kind of a mess, especially American English, where there's, oh, hey, lots of my majority competition. So rules are not salient. They are not consistent. Colloquialism changes all the time, and that mess and chaos leads for inconsistent gatekeeping. And what does that do? It weakens casual input. So when someone says, my English is fantastic, I can't even say that about my own English. So what does that make me? I think I can successfully consider myself as a native English speaker, but native English speakers, I hope the ones that truly appreciate, in my opinion, strong statement here, incoming, that truly appreciate that they have a command of the English language, feel progressively more unsure about their English competence, because the natural state of being an English speaker is that pretty much everyone else has an opinion on English, right? Meanwhile, in Japanese, there is a gate-kept standard. And outside of Dogen, there are some others who are native Japanese speakers, and they evaluate products like this, and the stuff that comes out of their mouth is so disparaging, in my opinion. And I don't think it's coming from a bad place, like bad intents. They try to be helpful, but the thing they speak, the patterns they're saying, is gatekeeping. Like, yeah, this isn't natural. Like, why would anyone teach this unnatural stuff? Like, I guess maybe like English people like this stuff. Like, I don't know. This isn't gonna help you with Japanese speak. So you're right. Absolutely. Because your entirety of your language is in one country. Right? So that's natural. And it's not to be offensive or anything to anything. I have to accept that. That doesn't stop other people from taking your word and saying this is garbage. Duolingo is garbage and perpetuated by being garbage because it is a closed, casual community. And what I mean by that is there aren't gatekeepers often for a casual community because they're splintered. They're all like collectively going on about their business, and there isn't a representative gatekeeping community. They don't have representatives. Am I going to become one of them? No. I like closed casual communities a lot of times. So I'm not going to go out of my way and become a representative of what the gatekeeping community would consider as a shield. Like, I'm not gonna shield for Duolingo. It is very pertinent that, in my opinion, be important to understand this predilection, because one day, if you find yourself as the outsider, right? If you live so comfortably as an in-group person, there is going to be a chance. One day, if you live long enough, you're going to be an outsider. How do you deal with that? What are your strategies for getting into the inside? Like, how do you start a new skill and get involved in the people who are used to that skill? If you've never run before, how do you start running? Find out, ask the right questions, who to trust or who to start running and getting advice for running if you have nowhere to start. These are the skills for problem solving. What is one of the elements of problem solving? Learning to find information. You might be thinking, oh yeah, I know how to learn to find information. Googling is not what I mean. Not what I mean when I say learning to find information. This learning phrase is anything predating millennials, and maybe including millennials like myself. This is predating and including millennials. Nowadays, you automatically assume this is the most effort you place in finding information. The thing about learning to find information is you need to interpret the information. You need to assess, right? Assess. Find converging evidence. And then null hypothesis test. When I stream stuff, who are my null hypothesis testers and who are my converging evidence? Everyone else. So I deliberately, what engages me for life, in my opinion, this will never get old for me personally, until like maybe I'm physically exhausted, is that I place myself as the outsider intentionally. What does that look like? Well, whenever you learn a new skill, play a new game that you otherwise haven't played, as in like you change directions, you are constantly the outsider. When stream goes off for me, off stream, I'm not doing this. Like, I'm not doing this when I'm off stream. Like, it's not pragmatic for me, and I need to balance it off. So in off stream, I'm not doing this. I'm looking for confirmation bias, right? I'm doing things I'm comfortable with. So things like enjoying food, resting, being a little lazy, I suppose, and learning more stuff that I know I'm very good at. So to dispel anything in the future, yeah, you know, Sub-Zero, to wrap it up about the Souls game, if you told me it would be entertaining for you to see me struggle with the new Souls mechanics, which I can assure you there aren't new Souls mechanics yet. If you can convince me that Souls have changed incredibly, and that I would be very intrigued and struggling with the concept of Souls game design, which is ironic because we're using the term Souls as a closed community subgenre of understandable standards. Then I would say, heck yeah, let's play a Souls game. So when someone approaches me and say, hey, do you like FromSoft? Have you played an Armored Core game? And I'm like, oh, you know what? I might consider playing an Armored Core game because it's something I will struggle with or intellectually be stimulated. Souls game, played Souls 1. And now they're really good at consistently pandering, because FromSoft is very good at that, pandering to the Souls community. And everything, just to illustrate the vigorous passion that the Souls community have, is any design that walked away from the Souls community and tried to increase its influence have met with negativity. That is how you kind of gauge how strong the solidarity of the Souls community is. When DS2 did something different, the eyesore part is the part that it wasn't like Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 3 returned back to form, right? Elden Ring introduced open world design, and that was the least well received characteristic to the inherent Souls community, not the ones that are recruited by Elden Ring, right? Open world aspect is a big recruiting aspect of Elden Ring. So it's one of those things. Do I want Slay the Spire 2 to be exactly like Slay the Spire 1? I'm an outsider. I didn't stay with Slay the Spire long enough to appreciate that. And sure enough, when Slay the Spire 2 releases in early access, there will be a gigantic amount of community members that will be very strong and influential in trying to recapture the magic of Slay the Spire 1. Honestly, if Megacrit introduced a new deck builder that suspiciously looked like Slay the Spire 2 and title it our next big game, I'm enamored. Because that would mean that the closed community that is Slay the Spire would not be heavily weighted and psychologically predisposed to trying to maintain something that it was. However, since it's titled Slay the Spire 2, I'm excited for the game, but I also know that it's Slay the Spire 2. As in, there is a hot chance that I won't be as intellectually interested, much like Hades and Hades 2. I go in knowing that I must try to enjoy it like I was when I'm a selective kid. I must enjoy knowing that when I go into this game, it's going to be similar to Hades 1. And I did manage to do that. Like a Dragon games were like that from the very first game, all the way down to its core essence. So I did spend a whole year focused on a specific design. And even then, Like a Dragon decided to dispense with some of its core mechanics, like the beat 'em up formula versus the JRPG turn-based thing. Their storytelling took a dramatic different leap after the turn-based thing. It still can happen within a game. I don't think Souls game have done that yet. I don't think FromSoft, maybe after Elden Ring, I don't know, maybe Souls 4. Things do come in threes, so the fourth one tends to be experimental. We'll see. I am willing to give Bloodborne a philosophical try because I have been told by Souls fans that Bloodborne has enough idiosyncrasies that it does feel like a different game in design. So there is that. It can't even remotely hold a candle to FromSoft's Armored Core attempt, because Armored Core is not Souls. So there's that. Anyways, 2 hours later, I think that's a good place to stop. I am very interested though. in how people play that. I've watched people play Souls 1, 2, 3, Elden Ring, Bloodborne on multiple occasions. And even through like randomizers for soul games. My other friend that I have that I keep referring to in the third person, because generally I'd like to keep a little bit of anonymity. My friend is one of those people. They enjoy that stuff so much that it pre-selects out every other possible game type. Like, hey, you should try playing it. It's a hard sell for anything else. When you have a hard sell, or when you ask yourself, it's like, am I interested in this game? It's like, well, I'd much rather just play a Souls game. You are effectively one of those people who love something so much that you will probably inappropriately, but not too offensively, gatekeep unintentionally, right? And that's what I kind of like about it, because when someone doesn't stop talking about something, I know they love it. Like, that's kind of the whole point, right? If you're constantly there was another person who asked about games while I was doing something else, just to wrap up, to draw some similarities. This person said like, oh yeah, I love playing video games of this nature, or like, what are your favorite games? People ask me what are my favorite games when I'm playing other games, right? And my answer to them, the long story short answer, so I get asked a lot when I'm a video gamer, when I'm video gaming, is what is my favorite video game? My like favorite, right? Video game. My long story short answer is the current one I'm playing. And we're not gonna go into this. Maybe we'll go into this when the next video game I play. If I play a new video game, I'm going to get this question again. What is my favorite video game? And I'm gonna say the short answer is the current one I'm playing. Let me give you a slightly longer answer, and then digress into a long answer. But generally, it's the current one I'm playing. And this involves a lot of like how emotional memory works, and so on. There's a lot of deep cuts in here that involve why I choose that the current thing I'm doing is my favorite thing. It deals with the journey, the process-oriented thing. I like living in the present and embracing the past and harnessing the past to elevate the present. I like my current favorite game I'm playing is because I played a lot of games before it. So the current game I'm playing, I bring all those experiences to my current game. They represent everything that I've played before. If I choose to play a game, it represents the culmination of all the experiences I had before it. The current me is the most idolized me. It's not someone in the past. I don't think of my past as superior to my present self. Ever. I don't ever think that I would never like one of the few absolutes. I would never look back in the past and say, I'm a better person before. I'm always the ideal me now and in the present. So much like things like what is your favorite video game, it's the current one in a slightly longer answer, right? So that's kind of I forgot where I was going with this, but it's something related to this. I left a space down here for a reason, but I just lost track. But that's kind of the idea. To get inside my head, I have to know that yes, there are beautiful games and stuff like that, but generally speaking, okay, let's make a really large thing. My Souls experience I bring to everything I'm doing now. So when I play Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, I make commentary about drawing its comparisons to my Souls experience, or like little tidbits of things. So every time I'm playing, I bring as many experiences as I can with. So souls have left a really big impression on me, right? So it's enough. I even made a comment and it turned into a YouTube short, and people like didn't like it. So fair enough. There you go. There you go. So am I playing a Souls game in the future? I'm always playing a Souls game, Sub-Zero. That's probably the deep cut here. I'm always figuratively playing a Souls game. And everything else. Play, bro? What do you think I'm playing, bro? I'm playing language, parakeet. Why are you in a Duolingo stream thinking that I'm playing something other than using a language? I would like to know. Okay. 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 It's not quite an explanation, but fair enough. All right. So let's finally start our lesson. Are we sticking to 2? Yeah, we're sticking to 2. So it looks like just 12, 11 for today. And hopefully we get 1 or 2 kanjis so we can use the kanji thing. Okay.
Honya.
Let's see. Honya. Book. Store. It's probably bookstore.
Honya.
Okay. All right.
Honya.
Honya. この本屋でアメリカの something を買います。Oh. Let's see. These American bookstores. What American bookstores? We got Kaji, chores. U, clothing. Zashi, magazine. You know, we can use magazine.
雑誌
Yeah. Zashi. And then Ofuro. Bath. Thanks, I suppose. Not entirely sure if that's fantastically sarcastic or not establishing a rapport for a comment like that. I'll take it as a compliment.
セールがあります。
セールがあります。So, セール. What does that sound like? Space? It's probably space.
セール。
Oh no, セール as in sale. Oh. Okay. セールがあります. Oh, that's kind of cool.
セール。
セール. Katakana. Seru ga okay. Well, I guess they have a sale that works.
この CD は安いです。
Wait. How'd you say this? Oh, there's not even a
はこの CD は安いです。
CD? She D. So key with a wait. Okay, fair enough. CD. Okay, この CD は安いです。Okay, this is a or this CD is cheap. Fair enough. DVD. DVD? Probably DVD.
この CD を買いましょうか？この CD。
Oh, that's the type of media they're talking about. They're not talking about social media. Oh no. I was so way off the mark 2 hours ago. I thought they were talking about media, as in like social media, like news and radio and newspapers and stuff. They're talking about physical media or like different forms of medium. Wow. That just dawned on me with the CD. Okay. Oh no, what is it? Oh, 買いましょうか?
買いましょうか?
Maybe.
この CD を買いましょうか?
Okay. Yeah. Let's buy, we should buy these CDs. Or buy this CD.
CD のセールがあります。
CD のセールがあります。They have a sale. A CD sale? Yeah. CD のセールがあります。
あの本屋で CD のセールがあります。
Okay. Okay, they have a sale on the bookstore. The bookstore over there have a sale on CDs. Have a CD sale, I suppose. What are our responses here? 本当ですか? 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 行きましょう. Yes. Really? Let's go. Or we should go. Versus 本当ですか? 私も oh, this is clever that they've dispelled starting the beginning differently so that it's obvious what the answer is. Now they're using the same intro in an example where they use the same phrase first so that you have to read the rest. If for those who want to like shortcut and be a little bit more efficient, sometimes the beginning you don't even have to read the rest of the response to know which one's the right response mechanically. 私も Benny. No, Bengoshi. Bengoshi desu. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. This is the other phrasing. This is the last, maybe like 5 units ago. The whole phrasing like, oh really, I also do this. Or, oh really, I have a brother that is also this, and etc. So now they're branching out, which is nice.
あの DVD が欲しいです。
How'd you say that?
あの DVD が欲しいです。
DB
あの DVD が欲しいです。
DVD. Yeah, DVD. あの DVD が欲しいです。欲しいです。I want that DVD over there. Sure. Fair enough.
この DVD はいくらですか? この DVD はいくらですか?
いくらですか? Oh.
いくら
How
ですか?
How much is the DVD? Sure. Took me a while to translate it into English. I'm like, yeah, that's a fine statement. この DVD はいくらですか?
DVD のセールは明日です。
DVD のセールは Oh, interesting. は明日です。Okay. The DVD sale is tomorrow. Fair enough. Swap it up a little. Throw in 明日. Use the equivalence at time as the equivalence in the second part of the sentence, the middle part of the sentence.
あの本屋で DVD のセールがあります。
本当ですか? 行きましょう. It's starting to feel like the other prompts on previous where they would say a lot of things that the person should do, like we should do this and that, and then the response is いいですね over and over again, like いいですね, and then now this is like 本当に行きましょう. Oh no, 本当ですか? 行きましょう. I wonder how many times this is going to come up.
漫画のコーナーはあそこです。
I was half expecting when they were talking about like how someone feels or emergencies, like, oh, I'm feeling sick, the response would or like, are you feeling sick, the thing that they used also there is daijoubu desu over and over again. And honestly, that's ironically very natural, in my opinion. Whenever it's like, oh, are you feeling okay? I'm fine. Like, you don't look so good. I'm fine. Like, maybe you should rest. I'm fine. And then now it's like, should we go buy pizza at that famous pizza shop over there? Sounds good. Ii desu ne. Like, oh, that mountain's really pretty, don't you think? Ii desu ne. Like, we should order more tomato sauce. Ii desu ne. Now we have honto ni ikimashou. Honto desu ka? Ikimashou. The catch-all response for the colloquially lazy people. Rightfully so, right? That's kind of the level, in my opinion, when it comes to like English colloquialisms. I would define that as what I would refer to as pleasantries. It's very polite, it's nice, it's comforting. However, it's pleasantries, so it lacks nuance, in a sense. Not in the nuance of lacks mechanical nuance, as in, oh yeah, you need to be very aware of the I'm fine, meaning I'm not okay, or I am okay, I'm not okay, but I'm okay for you kind of thing. Not that. More like lack of nuances. There's less effort to explain. It's a catch-all phrase. And I do feel that that's probably what Japanese people do too. Like, hai, daijoubu desu. Okay. What is this? Manga no Kona. What the heck is Kona? Well, that doesn't sound like anything.
コーナ
Section? Maybe this is one of those few that aren't a borrowed word. Kona? Maybe like continuation? No. Kona. Maybe not a borrowed word. Kona wa asoko desu. So manga no Kona wa asoko desu. Oh, that section. Oh, like corner. Maybe. Oh, I totally got it once I saw wa asoko desu. I thought it was literary section. Like a text section, because I thought a manga, right? So like a section in a manga as opposed to a literal aisle or section. So kona. I can make that. Corner. I'll think of it as corner. Kona. So the manga section is over there. Yeah. So manga no kona wa asoko desu. Okay. Kono kona no hon? Hon.
本
Hon ga daisuki desu. Okay. Fair enough. I love this section, book section. Or sections book. I guess technically that says sections book. As opposed to book section. Fair enough. I don't know if you can say book section. Like hon kona? Or maybe even hon no kona, I guess.
ー DVD のコーナーはあそこです。
DVD のコーナーはあそこです。The DVD section is over there. They have a CD sale. Yes. Seru. So far, all katakana so far. Or somewhat of a borrowed word so far. All the vocabulary. So.
CD
Still gotta get used to seeing CD.
のセールありますが
があります。そう。CD のセールがあります。Okay. Fair enough. Fantasy. Oh yeah, you can bring back all the other stuff like comedy, mystery, action, fantasy, and all the like. Oh, they can bring back like Renai, Dorama, and stuff like that. Like lots of other words can come back because they're describing medium. Soファンタジーのコーナーはどこですか？
ファンタジーは
Oops.
のコーナーはどこでか？
Alright.
話
Watashi. Wait. Oh, what?
話
Oh, hanashi. Oh, interesting. Hanashi. I was expecting to see hanashimasu in some way, like the kanji, but it's the nominalized version of hanashi. Nice. Good way to throw back a kanji we already learned, right? Hanashi. Hanaka. Hanashimasu, of course. Yoji. Hanashi. Go. Okay. Hanashi.
話
フィクション
Fiction. Oh, we got our fiction. Okay.
フィクション
Fiction. Ooh, there is a chance from time to time I might get it confused with fantasy and stuff if I only look at half the word. Although shun works out, and action looks kind of similar, but not really.
話はどうですか？
話はどうですか？
話
Story.
話
Oh, interesting. Talk stories. Okay. I see. How is the story? 話はどうですか？
話
この漫画の話は面白いですか？
Nice.
この
この漫画の
話は
はI lost
この漫画の話は面白いですか？
emotionally. Okay.
面白いですか？
Yeah. Go. この漫画の話は面白いですか？ Is this manga story interesting?
ノンフィクション
Non-fiction. Okay. This is the first time I've seen the no in katakana being used. I actually don't think there's a single katakana word that I've had so far. Maybe there might be one, but it's not coming to mind. Of like the 870 words, maybe like I'm gonna say a fourth of them are in katakana. I don't think I've ever seen the katakana for no show up. No. The no syllable. No, non-fiction.
ノンフィクション
Non-fiction. Alright. Self-explanatory.
ノンフィクション
Non-fiction. Non-fiction no 本
本
が大好きです。本が大好きです。That's more like science and mathematics, but alright. I mean, I guess they're non-fiction books.
ノンフィクションを読みます。ノンフィクション
Non-fiction
を
を読みます。
読みます。
I read non-fiction.
本はあまり読みません。
おまり、話みません Whoa, that's complicated.
あまり
Okay, hamari. Okay, amari is not really. Okay. Oh, interesting. So this must be what people were talking about. Several individuals already talked about wachoto, right? Wachoto was the first phrase, but I'm pretty sure this was the phrase that most people were referring to. Amari, like not really. Like there's a different phrase of expressing not really liking something or something like that. Amari. This sounds familiar. Amari, and then hanashimi masen. Hanashimi masen.
読みません。
Oh, sorry. Yomi. Wait.
読みません。
Yeah, this is. Wait. Oh no. It's yomimasen. I'm such a dunce. This is the kanji. This is kanji for read, not hana. My bad. The reason why I got this confused for hana is this left side. This left side kanji is the same as hanashi. So then I totally ignore the right side, which is yomimasu. Okay. So, all right. Gather our thoughts. Fully, and then they use the negative, which is new too. So that's why they highlight all of that. Hon wa amari yomimasen. Fair enough. I don't really read books? Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't really read books either. Oh, hey, that's a cute dragon. It's the dragon without arms. What? Fiction? Or we're looking for fiction?
ファンタジ
Or fantasy? Yeah, fantasy works. Fantasy wa amari. Yeah, amari yomimasen. Fair enough. I'm pretty sure this. I've seen this before. I'm pretty sure this is like the similar design for their Valerian. It might be a little bit different, but their Valerian like cover art, like symbol. I think it might be a part of this from somewhere else on their UI. I
ケ
noticed.
ンさん
earlier.
ファンタジーは読みますか
Yeah, fantasy wa amori, yeah, amori yomimasen. Fair enough. Not learning a lot of things right now. Fiction. Fiction ga suki desu.
フィクションが好きです
Fiction ga suki desu. I don't really read horror manga. Horror no manga? No, horror manga. So, horror manga o yomimasen. Oh, really? Oh. No. Oh, interesting. Maybe you need to add that in order to make it feel more polite or acceptable. When they added that really Omari. So it's kind of like, it's not bad. Like, horror manga is not bad. Like, I don't really hate horror manga, but I don't really read manga, horror manga, but occasionally I do, right? Like offset like that. Not, I don't really read horror manga as in get that away from me kind of thing. It's a very softened, really, I think. Anyways, that's the impression I'm getting. So, horror manga wa amari yomimasen. The wa is nice touch, right? Yeah, the wa is a nice touch instead of o. The wa, fair enough. Kind of makes it more about the topic of horror manga as opposed to literally reading the horror manga. So, what do we have?
ほら、
Horror manga wa
あまり
amari
読みません。
yomimasen. A nice touch. A nice touch using wa instead of o.
新しいアルバム
It's a nuance thing. I don't think it's explained yet. Atarashi what? Arubamu. Album.
アル
Arubamu.
バム
Okay, Arubamu. Okay. A new album. Arubamu. Donna arubamu o kaimashouka? Oh no, kikimasu ka. Oh, they did introduce
聞き
the...
ます。
I really thought they were going to introduce the kanji for kikimasu. They haven't yet. 'Cause this would be a very appropriate time to introduce kikimasu, this kanji. Because we already have the earliest predicates we have kanjis to them already. And even after, actually. Like aimasu, hanashimasu. All of them have kanjis, but kikimasu did not. Still waiting for it.
有名なバンド
Yume na adjective. Yume na bando. Band. A famous band.
バンド
Bando. So much katakana right now. Bando.
バンド
Okay.
そのバンドが大好きです。
Sono bando ga daisuki desu. Okay. I love that band. Sure.
このバンドのアルバムはどこですか？このバンドのアルバム
Arubamu
は
wa
どこ
doko
で
desu
すか？
ka?
このバンドのアルバムはどこですか？
Go into like a vinyl place or something and ask him, or like a music shop and ask this. Kono bando no album oh man. Arebamu. Yeah, arebamu wa doko desu ka? Kono bando no arebamu wa doko desu ka? Okay. Where are this band's
ポッ
albums?
プスを聴きます
What? Hobusu. Up?
ポップス
Opusu. Oh my god. Why didn't they go with Popu? Popu. Like J Popu and K Popu. They went with Popusu. I guess it works. Opus. Opus. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, was there a su at the end of J Popu? No, I don't think so. Okay. Popusu o kikimasu. Let's see.
ポップスを聞きます。
Popusu. Popus o kikimasu. Okay, sure. I listen to pop. Sure.
ポップス。
Popsu.
ポップスは聞きますか？
Popes. Popes wa kikimasu ka? You. Popsu. Man. Do you listen to pop? Oh. Why? Oh. I guess listen kind of looks like.
ジャズは聞きません。
Ikimasen? Yep. I don't listen to jazz. Negative. Wow. Roku.
ロック
Roku wa amari kikimasen.
ロックは聞きますか？
Do you listen to rock? Iie. Roku wa amari kikimasen.
アニソンは好きですか？
Anison? What the heck is Anison?
アニソン
Oh, anime song. Anison.
アニソン
At least that's what it makes me think of. Anime song or anime music.
アニソン
Anison. I mean, what was for music? Ongaku? I guess ong. I could see ong being contracted with anime and you get anime song. Nah, I think it's closer to reminding me of anime song being contracted together to get ani song. Okay, ani song wa suki desu ka? Okay, sure. Do you like anime music? Oh man. Where's Indy when you need him? I could ask this question now.
アニソン
Anison.
アニソンが大好きです。
Anison daisuki desu. Anison ga daisuki desu.
アニソンが大好きです。
I love anime
J-POP は
music.
聞きますか？
Oh, see, there you go. J-Popu. J-Popu ikimasu ka? Wa ikimasu ka? Iie. J-Popu wa amari kikimasen.
よくアニソンを聞きます。
Yoku anison wa kikimasu. I listen to anime music. I often listen to anime music.
ポップスは聞きますか？
And this was just me sliding the wrong word. Do you listen to pop? Popusu. Wait.
ポップスは聞きますか？
Popusu wa ikimasu ka?
難しいゲーム。
Muzugashi game. Look, sounds like difficult.
難しい。
Muzugashi kind of reminds me of I think someone mentioned this word already. Muzugashi for tough because I had taihen for also tough or hard. And someone else already mentioned that there's muzugashi instead of taihen. I might have to look up in Jisho to see what like a non-overlapping use cases between muzukashi and taihen. A difficult game. Speaking of difficult game, I just spent like 2 hours digressing about Souls games. Muzukashi.
難しい。
RPG は好きですか？
What a coincidence. What a coincidence we spent like 2 hours talking about video games or the extension of video games and gated communities, and now we're talking about Medium. Oh wait, maybe that's why Sub-Zero asked. I don't actually know. Do you do this one?
RPG は好きですか？
RPG. RPG は好きですか? Do you like... Wait. Role-playing games. Nice. Yoku... Something to... Okay. Tomodachi.
友達
Tomodachi RPG をします。RPG をします。
その RPG は楽しいですか？
その RPG は楽しいですか? Wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't know if when you asked a question. Oh no, that's fine. I didn't know when you asked a question you knew that I was gonna go into a unit about Medium because they're talking about video games. And how to describe video games. That's such a big coincidence. We were talking about video games. I misinterpret what they meant by medium. They're talking about like different types of content medium. So was that the reason why you asked? I had no idea. I didn't put that one together. If that's why you asked about Souls game originally, it went way over my head. その RPG は楽しいですか? Is role-playing games fun? Wait, is that role-playing game fun? No, honestly, it wasn't related. Okay, fair enough. I asked because I mentioned Yakuza in the Discord. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. It's such a weird coincidence. I had no idea I was going to talk about video games again. Or learn about like using different video game terms. Again, here. Life is strange, I tell you. Life is strange.
この RPG はいくらですか?
この RPG はいくらですか? 2000yen. 2000 yen です. 2000? That's a cheap RPG.
パズルをしましょう。
Puzzle. Puzzle games. or puzzles. Puzzle をしましょう. We should do a puzzle. Okay, that's a little bit of interpretation, but yeah, we should do a puzzle. Fair enough. Puzzle をしましょう. Puzzle.
いいえ、ゲームはしません。
いいえ、ゲームはしません. Ooh, no, I don't play video games. Fair enough. Game
ゲーム
はあまりしません. Okay. Nice. あまりしません. CD のコーナーに行きましょう. Wait a minute. That doesn't mean... Okay, there's... Alright. I'm gonna be real here. I know what they mean by CDs, but man... Are we really past the time where when you say CD, you're not talking about video games as well? I mean, yeah, I mean, physical media for video games is fading away, but come on, CD? I understand. They're talking about music CD. Music CD. It says, I don't play video games. So I don't play video games. We should go to the CD section. That's why that does make sense. Or like that's implying something. That the CD is probably music CDs. Yeah. It says I don't play video games. We should go to the CD section. I'm like, okay. There are other contexts, but this is pretty funny. It's slightly contradictory, and I think it's more of a boomer thing that I'm saying. Like if you go to the CD section, I think you still find video games, but I guess that's not true anymore. And CDs are also a boomer thing for music CDs. So when you go to the CD section, you're expecting music CDs, not game CDs. So if you go to the game section, it's for video games. But if you go to the CD section, is all the different physical media except games. Except games. I suppose. That's funny.
金曜日はテストが6つあります。
Okay, review exercise. 金曜日はテストが6つあります。I'm all for physical copies of games still. I can appreciate that. Did I ever tell you why I don't collect physical things? I mentioned this before. I had like a very for me, I have a very unhealthy attachment to physical stuff. Yeah. So it's kind of hard for me. But I do like when other people share their collections. Like I love looking at like people's Gundam collections. My best friends, they have huge 40k collection because their hobby, their like 20 plus year hobby is 40k miniatures, and they paint, mold, convert, all that stuff. They're kind of an authority on 40k modeling. So it's really cool to walk into someone's like whole room of display stuff, and at the same time, I'm very respectfully saying this, it makes me kind of stressed. Like I get a little bit stressed when I'm in someone's room with so many collectibles and materials, because it legitimately kind of causes me stress when I think about how long it took someone to amass all of this and like organizing all of this stuff. Like hoarding all of this gets me a little I get a little anxious from seeing all of it. Your brain is telling me to do the same, but my heart wants to collect. Exactly. Exactly. Like my Steam library, speaking about video games, Sub-Zero, just a little slight thing. I buy video games to collect them digitally. That's my unhealthy attachment to collecting. So at least the video games I have on my Steam account isn't like taking up all my physical space in my room, because I do buy games for the sake of completing the collection. So I have like 4 or 5 catalogs of games that sit in a digital library somewhere because I wanted to buy all those games whenever I have the opportunity to, even though it's DRM and you don't really own it and stuff. I get all that. But my life is quite a lot healthier without having like 2 storage units of physical media. I do have collection problems. So I'm happy to hear that you are able to manage your physical media collection. I'm actually really overwhelmed and impressed by how people can continuously spend in a cycling manner and then finding more and more rooms on collecting stuff without it like hurting their mental health, right? So I'm phenomenally impressed by how people manage that, for sure. I myself cannot do that. Not very well, anyways. You have a bad experience. Okay, so you've had a bad experience with digital games, though. Okay, my PS account got hacked once. I lost everything. Yeah. In its defense, I slack off with setting the. Okay, that can definitely make one have an alternative perspective on collecting physical media. I absolutely agree with that, and I thought about that. The worst case scenario all the time. Like, what happens if I lost my Steam account, right? So how would that be reimbursed and all that, or like, do I lose it all? It's kind of like getting robbed. You know what I mean? Someone breaks into your house and your collection gets robbed. Like, anything about collecting scares the heck out of me. So my question I ask myself is, how much stress am I getting from hoarding everything and risking the loss of it in both situations? So it is a little scary. And I think that's one of the stress and anxiety that I get, because it's outside of my control. Getting hacked, and as much as it doesn't make the victim feel any better, you do not have control over who hacks and steals from you. So it's one of those things like, I don't want to think about it too much. And collecting stuff does make me think about it a lot. And to my ignorance, I do feel losing something digital it's certainly not as impactful, but at the same time, it can be very impactful. But how does that compare to losing all your physical media? And I understand statistically, you're less likely to get physically robbed from your ownership than a digital thing. And that's probably where I can admire people who go the extra 9 yards to make space in their life for physical collection. It's very admirable. I think that's one of the things that, if someone wants me to admit something that I avoid, even though I want to do it, it's probably collecting. When I moved on from MTG, all that MTG goes away. So there are a lot of things I don't have today that I have collected before. Crazy. Life is interesting. Kinyobi. Okay, we already read this, right? On Fridays, I have 6 classes. Oh, I have 6 tests. No, not, yeah, tests. 6 tests. Thanks for the share. Yeah, physical media, I understand that. Oh, especially when to relate all the other things together. When I was playing Yakuza, or Like a Dragon, like the more recent Like a Dragon, there was a lot of talk about physical media. So that came up a couple times already. Specifically, I remember a dialogue with someone who liked the Yakuza series, and I was specifically playing Yakuza 6. Yakuza 6, The Song of Life. And that person talked about how, like, physical media and then the war, you know, the stuff that causes games to not be released certain places, and physical media not being available in certain locations and stuff. Yeah, it comes up quite a bit every time a new video game comes out. The whole preserving physical media or not preserving physical media. There's actually no way I'd be able to store everything I have in my apartment. Old PS2 games, for example, are at my parents' house. Oh no. I do have a collection of PS2 games that I kept around. The PS2 is still out there in like the next room. But yeah. Wow, you have 2 storage places for games, huh? I'm starting to get a nice feel for your passion for collecting physical media.
アクションゲームはしません。
アクション アクションゲームはしません。しません。I don't play action games. Well, there you have it. You heard it here. Yep, that's the warehouse. Yeah. Like right now, I am with my parents. And when I left and then came back to my parents' place, I can barely fill my 4-door sedan with the possessions I have on me after 7 years of living. I could fit everything in a 4-door sedan. An American 4-door sedan, sorry. Technically, though, the car was manufactured in... technically, the car is Japanese, but still. Yeah, after 7 years... Actually, after 10 years. 10 years of living on my own, right? Like, doing the whole graduate school and whatnot, not including college. When I returned home with all my worldly possessions inside a 4-door sedan. I don't think I've ever driven like a U-Haul or like a rental truck or anything worth of stuff. In fact, the largest items that I had were the things my parents said I must have. I'll let you guess what they are for a moment. Give you 10 seconds. And they are arguably the worst things to transport outside of maybe a computer, like the PC. So the two things are a floor light, and a microwave. A floor light and a microwave, because heckin' floor lights are so tall. They did, to be fair though, they gave me a floor light that bends in half. You know, like you can take the pole and it like kind of limps, so you can like, it's one of those like torchlight things that have like an umbrella that shines light onto the surface, right? And then the microwave, heckin' microwaves too. They are heavy, boxy, and more or less empty space in the middle. You know, when I was packing, I didn't even shove anything in the microwave, like inside the microwave, to utilize that space. Does that mean you sold a lot of my collectibles? Yes, I do not have any collectibles. I do not own any physical collectibles in my life. There are no collectibles. Nothing that appreciates in value anyways. Yeah, I don't have anything that appreciates in value in any form at all. I have sentimental stuff. So things that there's no way people would even take it. If they take it, they're like the next level of cruel, or it would be a personal crime of passion, right? A personal crime, as in it would be someone that's close to me that would know, would be the only people that can possibly know the value of the stuff that's around me. So nothing else has any intrinsic value. I do not own anything physically in my life that has intrinsic value. Everything is either with me in my head or somewhere else, as in like being used somewhere else, figuratively, like investments and stuff. That's like a figurative net value. Like my PhD, right? My PhD in the back, that's a figurative value. Even if that thing burns up, you can't really take that away. Dude, that's probably the most valuable thing I have. Like this thing right here is probably the most valuable thing I have, but you can't really like steal it or take it or use it. It doesn't work that way. I would say if I put a value at this thing right here, not including the sentimental but the pragmatic value, this thing right here is probably worth over $500,000 if I had to put a value on it, like pragmatically speaking. But it's far exceeded by the sentimental value. The sentimental value of this piece of paper is far in a different stratosphere. It's like it's like a third of my life in the making. So it still consumed at least a third of my life to get to this point. So in a way, that is the most sentimental, highest value piece of thing I have, technically. Despite the mindset change, do you ever feel like you regret certain collectibles you let go? I can't help but miss some things I don't have anymore. Pictures, memories, immortalization. And I don't miss them anymore. They're always with me. So I always use the, like, to this day, like today, I've mentioned Magic the Gathering. So I always bring them back. The biggest crime, or the regrets I'll have, is forgetting things that I didn't think was important to me. And that can hurt. It can hurt a lot. Like one of these days, maybe I will tell myself, oh yeah, what is the thing I used to collect? And I can't remember what it is. Then there might be some regret in that. But to this day though, I leveraged my Magic the Gathering knowledge and memory with every deck builder I play. So it keeps it growing in value. All the new memories that I've built around that collection that I don't have anymore is worth more than the collection it was originally. So it makes it insignificant. That's kind of how I get over the whole collecting thing. A lot of times. All the things I departed with, they are worth way more because I departed with them than having them before. The thing about departing with collectibles is that you are also motivated to try to find other ways to breathe value to them. So in the long run, if you're one like myself, I learned to elevate the value of actually literally departing from them. So I'm now more motivated to selling my collection was what I built so many things off of. So this very conversation we're having now is the result of selling my collection. And I have a story to tell about what it's like and all the things that I juggle and stuff. All the actions and stuff has made my Magic the Gathering collection I no longer own worth way, way more than if I had to hold on to it. It's kind of the trick of the mind, I suppose. Like you could call it a trick. But genuinely, it's kind of like focusing on the present, right? You can't regret the past if your present includes all of your past experiences up to this point. The very nature of asking, what's my favorite game? It's the current game. Because I don't want to lose all my memory. I bring all my memory to the stuff. When I learn Japanese, I'm not discarding English. To the chagrin of linguists and native speakers and stuff, like I don't want to discard anything. They're coming with me. Even if it slows me down, even if it's suboptimal, I want to keep my English. When I learn Japanese, I will be diverting a lot of time to learning more about English in the context of Japanese and vice versa. So my goal is not to optimize life by discarding things that are not optimal and then feeling regret for it. I want to build on all the actions I have made. And that includes collecting. So I don't have my Pokemon trading cards anymore. I don't have my Magic the Gathering cards anymore. I think I might have had some Beanie Babies at some point. I wanted to collect disc golf discs because I had a disc golf stent, right, for like 2 years. I may still go and play disc golf one day. There's a bag next to my thing that's not in view. I have a disc golf bag somewhere, and my guitars and stuff. There's a lot of ways, and I hope maybe one day you'll feel that way too. You don't have to, obviously. If you're well-to-do and well-organized, you can definitely make that work. My best friends make that work. They have like a whole basement, like a whole room specifically dedicated to the physical media that they love. And they have to have that physical media. It's part of their hobby, the thing that makes them feel great and depart from it. It's their special room. For me, if you give me any room and I sit there, I'll populate it with memories. So the reason why I like it like that for myself is I bring all my value for me. So when you are talking to me, the most valuable thing is me. I won't need anything else to show. At least I hope. That's my goal. I want to bring all your memories with me, and bring all the things people share with me to the place. It's the most convenient, in my opinion, the most convenient space right here, right? I write a lot though. I journal keep and record keep. So all those are backed up. So there's like cloud redundancies and cold storage redundancies of all the things I've written. And writing is very it's very space efficient. So that's kind of nice. It's one of the silver linings. For now, I have my girlfriend to keep me in check. Oh, that's kind of sweet. That's kind of great. Your girlfriend's a keeper if you know, she's aware that you're a collector. It's a interesting idiosyncrasy. I'm not gonna try to suggest that there's a gender bias. It's more like a cultural normalization that happens quite often. And having a girlfriend that, you know, you have a great relationship with, that also knows that you collect things, that's a big bonus. That's a pretty big bonus. Probably nice to remind your girlfriend how wonderful your girlfriend is every once in a while when you pick up a new collectible, right? I think it's really cute. I like that. Perhaps you may even engage in collecting with your girlfriend. Then your girlfriend collects something, right? You know, like shoes, memorabilia, Beanie Babies. I mean, I enjoy the idea of collecting plushies. In fact, maybe in a future relationship, I would start a collection for my significant other, whoever it may be, right? Like, they would ask me, I don't get why people collect things. I'm like, can I give you Beanie Babies like once a year? And then you'll understand, in my opinion. Like, maybe someone will ask me, why do you keep these things? It's like, well, if you're my significant other, I want to demonstrate what it means to be committed, right? So I'll probably buy them a plushie with no intrinsic value outside of the sentimentalism and start a collection for them. That's a way to kind of project what collecting feels like meaningfully to someone else that may not necessarily are connected. Like, it's hard to convince my parents why people collect things. As Chinese parents, pragmatism rules, so it's very difficult. So we try to connect based on like ancestry or connection and try to explain it through that. He collects clothes. Well, good enough. Yeah, connecting clothing.
恋愛ゲームはあまりしません。
Oh, there's Renai, a drama. Renai.
恋愛
Renai
Game?
Game. Well, Renai was one that was a little bit tough to remember, and now it's the easiest one that I remember. Renai for romance. Renai is romance in Japanese. Renai
恋愛ゲームはあまりしません。
Ario Arami
あまり
Amari
しません。
I don't play romance games. I actually play a lot of romance games. Not that type of romance game. Just for the record. We're not talking about visual novel games or like waifu stuff. We're talking about heartache, modern contemporary love, unforbidden love, like what I mean, not forbidden love, like star-crossed lovers, situation doesn't present itself, separation in love and birth, and crazy like heavy stuff. I do enjoy romance games of that nature. I think your biggest one before was collecting Gundams. Yeah, yes, collecting Gundams. Because building them was a hobby. Yeah, understandable. It's not like I could just throw them away. It's true. It really is true. Haven't bought any in 6 months, 6 years now though. They can get really, what level were you at for Gundam models? I know a little bit about Gundam models. I really like the idea of Gundams, and I was an anime and manga connoisseur of Gundams, but that was as far as I draw the line. There was a time when I almost started collecting manga. Holy heck, my life would be so different if I succumbed to collecting manga. Like, maybe around this time I'd be living in a separate place and the whole back wall would probably be filled with manga volumes, right? Like complete omnibus of manga things. But Gundam, I remember that they were tiered, right? Construction Gundam were tiered in like expertise or mastery series and stuff like that. Your favorite was the RG series. They're pretty small but very detailed. Had a lot of MGs too. Oh yeah, MGs I've heard more of, but they're bigger and took up a lot of space. Yeah. Oh yeah, manga I can see, dude. When I go to other people's place and they have like a whole library, right? Like their house literally has a library. That's often an old age room in a very fancy privileged place. Like they have their own personal library, and you walk in, you either get books of like classical books, you know, dictionaries, encyclopedias, maybe cartography, and then all the other like farmers almanacs and stuff, or you walk in and it's like an RGB light show with an entire display of various figurines, collectible figurines, and then you have like an entire wall library of manga. It fills me with so much anxiety, but at the same time I'm unconditionally impressed at the same time. I think I get really quite impressed of how people can manage behavior that I otherwise am very ill-equipped to deal with. And collecting is definitely one of them. I used to try to normalize myself by watching like shows like Hoarders. I don't know if you ever watched an American program called Hoarders, like solving hoarding problem and stuff. I often feel really scared, but I actually think I wouldn't be too far from that type of situation where I've hoarded so much that my personal space is my personal resting space and stuff becomes storage space. I don't usually take up very much space, by the way. Like, I can leave my house right now with 4 things, and that's it. A monitor, a PC, a memory foam pad for my bed, and maybe a light sword. And I can uproot to anywhere else. That's it, because everything else is digital. It's somewhere in the cloud somewhere, so I don't have to travel physically with it. And yeah, I don't have to print anything out because they're all stored in redundancy somewhere. So all my documents and all that stuff is sorted somewhere in the ether.
カードゲームをしましょう。
So interesting. Wait, what? Kado? Oh my gosh, card games. Kado game o shimashou. We should play card games. Not that type of card games, but it's got... Oh, you know what? We should play a card game. This is confusing. This is definitely confusing. Because Gameu, right? Gameu is video games. Or at least that's how they're interpreting it. In a card game, doesn't have to be a card video game. So which one are they referring to here? Because I like both. I like tabletop card games, but I also like deck builders, digital deck builder. It's actually my bread and butter, digital deck builders, which effectively are technically tabletop card game, or the other way around. They inspire both. Like there are digital deck builders that become tabletop games and tabletop games that become digital deck builders. But this phrase I'm gonna interpret as digital card games. Even though this is gonna say we should play a card game. I haven't thought about that. When I say to someone, I play card games, or I like card games, what are they thinking of first? Video games? Or are they thinking about like a deck of cards, right? The deck of cards pastime is still arguably proliferative, much like digital card games. In fact, I think digital card games are still less popular in terms of its influence than tabletop card games. Like poker, even. Your standard deck of cards. As far as books, I definitely prefer digital, so I could team up with you on that one. Ooh, alright. Same team. I can't stand reading physical books. Ooh. There's something so different, but at the same time, I can see why people like the natural feel of physical books. You know, there's that tangibility, but at the same time, like, my eyes suck. So I like zooming, writing on things without actually ruining the the thing. So digital books have been something else. It offers me more pragmatic utility than it is physical books. And also, I'm not like some jacked butch guy. Back in my college days, though, I didn't resell my textbooks. Sub-Zero. That's how much of a problem I had. I didn't even resell my textbooks. I actually kept all of them. They're still upstairs somewhere, in a room somewhere. Like all the textbooks. Like, dude, I couldn't part away from those textbooks, and that's a problem. So when I was in college, I had a lot of heavy boxes, right? I have a lot of heavy boxes, and the biggest weights that took up space were books. It's not that I'm ever going to read them again, and like if I'm going to ever use them again, I just collect them. And that sucked. That really sucked. You also lose concentration whenever you have floppy pages you have to hold up while reading. That's awfully specific, Sub-Zero. God forbid you lose the grip and close the book on accident. Okay, that's a very specific problem. That's interesting. Have you ever gotten a paper cut from a book? I swear, I've had paper cuts from a book, and I just want for like the next 30 minutes, I just despise anything that is paper. Anyway. Fun times. カードゲーム。
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
That can happen. You know how that you know the never know what you're up to, I swear. Yeah, you know how people lick their fingers, right? They lick their fingers and then turn the page. I feel like that's probably what they're trying to avoid, where you do the little like really side fluttering thing and then you can run your hand across and then you would get a paper cut. Like trying to fiddle with the edges and then try to get your finger to, because some books are very thin but have dense pages, like textbooks. Textbooks have dense pages. They're thin, but they're also really dense. And I, on multiple occasions, have paper cuts from textbooks. If there's anything that I collect most and still have, lying somewhere around without any purpose whatsoever, it's probably textbooks. I was very almost biasly overvaluing, in my opinion, overvaluing semantic knowledge. So oftentimes, while I didn't collect manga and other things of sentimental value, the sentimentalism was capitalized on top of textbooks. I read textbooks instead of pleasure books. So what I mean is like novels, stories. I didn't do much of that. The closest thing is if I took a class that involved creative writing, then I would have those books too. But generally, the predominant thing I had before my creative period in my life were textbooks. Tons and tons of textbooks. It's to the point I enjoy reading textbooks and using my imagination with textbooks. I told myself all the time to people that I don't have imagination. As in, the reason why I say that is because oftentimes when people say, oh, you don't like creative reading, and I'm like, well, I do think creatively. The problem is the colloquialism is that you read fiction, like creative stuff, creative writing. But I didn't read any of that until a certain age. I didn't read any creative writing for a certain age. That includes manga. So there was no creative reading whatsoever. Textbooks. Much like learning Japanese right here. I create my own Japanese prompts in my head as I'm reading these things. Even though it's so restrictive, that's how I create things. I haven't ever written a creative story myself or whatnot until a very late age. I would say the vast majority of creative reading that I've had was after the age of 24. Other than that, there were very few creative reading, as opposed to like creative watching, watching shows and TVs, certainly. That's still there. Creative reading, not so much.
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。そのカードゲームは難しい。
Wait.
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
とても
です。
え？
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。Okay. That game is very difficult. That card game is very difficult. Can't relate to difficult card games, but
よく
よく家族と was it プズルoh パズルをします。Yes. パズル。よく家族とパズルをします。I don't do that. Okay. We heard the Japanese already.
その
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Yeah.
Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
All right. Not sponsored, by the way. Would I be okay with a Honestly, probably be okay with. They don't do that stuff anymore, but it would be kind of interesting to see what the strings are regarding Duolingo. SF? Like science fiction? SF? Wait. SF? Whoa. SF? I watch sci-fi? SF? I don't think I've ever heard this before. Huh. I don't think I've ever heard this from a Japanese person before. SF? SF? Yeah, SFを見ます。
有名な俳優。
有名な俳優。Why does that sound familiar? Actor, right? 俳優。
俳優。
Yeah, 俳優. And what was voice actor? Seiyu? It's 俳優 and Seiyu. Seiyu is voice actor.
俳優。
Yeah, 俳優. Famous actor.
俳優。
SF は見ますか？
SF は見ますか? Interesting. Do you watch sci-fi?
ポスターはいくらですか？
Posters? Okay. I mean, that makes sense. There's so much katakana. It's all katakana so far. Wait. Is it? Oh, except for the actor. Hayu. Maybe one other thing is Japanese. All the others, almost all the other words so far is katakana. Posta wa ikura desu ka? How much? Oh, here's another thing. I have a signed. I think I have a signed. The only time, so I went to an anime convention a lot, like every single year to this specific anime convention, and I volunteer at it now. So I work at the anime convention. Within the last, it's going to be the 17th year that I'm going this year, right? Or not the 17th year. It's been 17 years, skipping one COVID because COVID canceled. So technically the 16th one. I bought a poster and it's signed by one of the artists from Street Fighter. So a very proliferative Street Fighter artist. But they ran out of Street Fighter posters to sign. So I picked up the DMC one because they do DMC art too, the Devil May Cry art, and it's still signed and it's still in the original tube that I have it signed, and it's somewhere sitting in this house. I'm not sure where it is actually. I didn't ever put it up anywhere. It is still in the very same tube. I didn't even look at it again. Not once have I ever looked at it since the day it was signed and placed in that tube. Collector's problems. First world collector problems, I suppose. Posta. The reason why I thought about this is posta. It's a poster. Posta wa ikura desu ka? How much are the posters? Okay. Oh, why did I tap like and say the? Oh my gosh, my English is gone. It's gone.
ポスター。アニメのポスターが欲しいです。
アニメのポスターが欲しいです。Okay, I want an anime poster. Alright, sure.
ドキュメンタリーは好きですか？
ドキュメンタリ documentary. Okay. Documentary は好きですか？好きですか？好きですか？ Documentary documentary は documentary wait documentary yeah documentary は好きですか? It's all katakana. I do like documentaries though. 明日この明日このブラジルのドキュメンタリーを見ます。
見ます。
Oh, I get it. Probably referring to the Amazon rainforest with that image right there, but I totally did watch a documentary about the Amazon rainforest. In fact, I might have watched 2 or 3 documentaries over my lifetime about the Amazon rainforest. 明日このブラジルのドキュメンタリーを見ます。Let me hear this.
ドキュメンタリー。
Oh, yeah, not
ド
doc.
キュメンタリー。
documentary. ドキュメンタリーを見ます。Okay.
そのドキュメンタリーはとても面白いです。そのドキュメンタリーはとても面白いです。そのドキュメンタリーはとても面白いです。
そのドキュメンタリーはとても面白いです。ドキュメンタリー。Okay.
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
見ません。Negative of watch. 恋愛映画をあまり見ません。あまり見ません。I don't really watch romance movies. Okay. SF, right? SF
映画
はあまり見ません。
この新しいドキュメンタリーはどうですか？この新しいドキュメンタリーはどうですか？
この新しいドキュメンタリーはどうですか？
SF 映画は見ますか？
SF 映画は見ますか？いいえ、SF 映画はあまり見ません。あまり見ません。Okay. ポスターマネージャー顔
何曜日
Oh, I almost said 何ですか？カメラ
アンドリューさん、アニメは見ますか？
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。Heckin Andoryu-san is not edgy, you know? Just kidding.
コーラ
図書館会社俳優 and プロジェクト Okay.
ポスターはいくらですか？
How did I mess this up? How much? Oh, How much are the posters? Okay. Okay. All right.
ポップスは聞きますか？
Poppusu. Oh man. Poppusu wa kikimasu ka? Do you listen to pop?
ポスターはいくらですか？
Sure. Review the 2 mistakes I made. Do how much are the posters? Basically selecting the wrong English word. Awkwardly.
ポップス。
Poppusu.
この新しい SF アニメを見ましょう。
Ono atarashi SF anime o mimashou. Okay. We should watch this new sci-fi anime. Nice! Oh my gosh, my English is just gone. I've made 3 English word thing errors. It has nothing to do with Japanese anymore. I said new and I tapped nice. I said like and I tapped I say the and I tapped like. Oh no. Oh no. 話。
この話はノンフィクションですか？
Okay. Is this a non-fiction story? Yes. Oh, it's the story non-fiction. That's fair enough. They accepted both. That's fine. Because they're equivalent. So I'm glad Duo accepted both. Technically, it's the story non-fiction is probably the order that is traditionally... that's fine. Fair enough.
ゲーム
Game wa amari shimasen. Amari shimasen. Oh yeah, this is that weird CD thing. I don't really play video games. We should go to the CD section.
カードゲームはあまりしません。カードゲームはあまり
しません。
しません。
すみません。このカードゲームはいくらですか？
Okay, how much is it? 3000円です。
この本の話は少しつまらないです。
last unit.
この本の話は少しつまらないです。
Is that what I heard? There's no way this is what I heard, right?
この本の話は少しつまらないです。
Oh, yep, no, that's it. この本の話は少しおまらないです。It's a bit boring. This book's story is a bit boring.
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
よく SF 映画を見ます。よく SF 映画を見ます。よく SF 映画を見ます。
I often watch sci-fi movies. Sure. よく SF よく SF 映画を見ます。
この新しい SF アニメを見ましょう。
Oh, what did I do here? I tapped nice instead of new. Okay. We should watch this new Sci-fi anime. Oh. Alright, kanji time. Let's see, we got new kanji, new kanji. Come on. No new kanji yet? Oh, I didn't unlock any new kanji. Oh, that sucks. But we'll skip it today and just keep going. Technically it's not new, it's a review, but you need to hit a new kanji to see the new section. That sucks. So we're not gonna have new kanji until tomorrow. Dang, that sucks. Another day, kanji-less once again. We should go to the bookstore. Honya ni ikimashou.
本屋に行きましょう。
DVD のコーナーはあそこです。
DVD のコーナーはあそこです。
DVD のコーナーはあそこです。
The DVD section is over there.
本屋。
セールのコーナーに行きましょう。
セールのコーナーに行きましょう。
行きましょう。セールのコーナーに行きましょう。
セールのコーナーに行きましょう。
セールのコーナーに行きましょう。
この
DVD はいくらですか？
いくらですか？
その CD はいくらですか？その CD はいくらですか？
ファンタジーのコーナーはどこですか？
ファンタジーのコーナーはどこですか？
So now they use no with fantasy. So maybe it's a very specific case? Because before, oh, maybe they're making no's to location? Because when you say like fantasy game, it does not have no. But then you have no when you use kona. I really need to get the bottom of this. I think this thing I'm gonna look for in the evening. 図書館セールジム同僚 coworkers プロジェクト
DVD のセールは明日です。
DVDのセールは明日です。The DVD sale is tomorrow.
あの本屋でセールがあります。新しい本が欲しいです。行きましょうか。
Bookstore. Let's go. よく CD. There was a sale at the bookstore. We should go. Or should we go is what the prompt was. よく CD を買いましょう。Oh, no. いくら No? Wait. Asking a question? 聞きますか? Okay, sure. Do you listen to CD? Do you often listen to CD? Yeah, that's fair enough.
よく音楽を聴きます。K-POP が大好きです。今日新しい CD を買います。
We're talking about music. K-POP. Really love K-pop. ミステル ミステリー so, ミステリーのコーナーでも oh hey they're bringing back the mo. On the missing no, I also don't 100% know, but as far as I can tell, some words combos have been fossilized where there's a new word by putting the two together words. Oh, without the no. So I would use no when in doubt and remember that exception where you cannot. I love to see what you find in your... Oh, yeah. Okay, that's my impression too, Lotus. And actually, Asterix, we haven't heard from the kid in a while, but Asterix also said that in the beginning. They're like, oh, that's interesting. I usually would expect a no there. So yeah, with all else doubts, I definitely think that you place a no. Like I would just place the no there out of like, if I'm confused, if I'm in doubt, I place a no. I totally agree with you. That's currently my impression. And it seems like Duo occasionally does not, and it would be very interesting to see what are fossilized, like what are like so colloquially contracted together that they no longer use the no. Yeah, I would love to compare notes in the future. Definitely. So far now, Gameu is not, and I think here's my take on this in terms of the pattern that I'm thinking. You know how English, when something stands alone, right? Like Gameu stands for video games, right? However, when we modify game, right? We drop this, but it's still implied. So to me, all of Duolingo's things that don't use no is when it's so implied by substituting the original modifier. So what's another example? Like something like Saka. I know I've seen something like this, like Saka. Did they say Saka no Kochi? They might have actually. Never mind. No. Soccer coach doesn't work because there's no two modifiers. There's no substitute for soccer. Like for example, I need another noun that has like there's two modifiers, and those are the ones that get substituted. So like for example, fantasy game, right? A fantasy game. This would have in Duo, this would have no, it would have an implicit no, because it's a fantasy video game, not a fantasy game, like in the translation. Like, so when it comes to fantasy game, it's fossilized in the sense that the specific phrase fantasy game is probably referring to fantasy video game. So it's a very specific fantasy video game. The question here is that I'm curious is, if you say fantasy no game, does the essence change? As in, it is a game, as in it can be any type of game, but it happens to be a fantasy of any type of game, if you know what I mean. So fantasy is like owning the game, as opposed to the game is characterized by being fantasy. I don't know if that make any sense, but Gameu, right? Gameu is specifically expressing, goes beyond my understanding and answer one way or another. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting in my opinion. I say that you probably understood the whole like fantasy no, yeah, but you know what I mean about that, right? But you might get the nuance wrong. Yeah, you know what I mean, right? Like when we say game, when in English, when we say game, this is not video game to me. When someone say I play games, I'm not thinking video game. So when a Japanese person is using Gameu and is interpreting, if Duolingo is suggesting it's referring to video games, I don't know if Japanese people think when I say Gameu, I'm referring to video game, because there's no other word per se that I know how to express not video games. Is there another word that I didn't get? Like, I'm sure there's games that isn't the word geimu, right? So I probably use that word instead in order to distinguish between geimu and the others. So do Japanese people think if I use geimu, they immediately think digital video games? Got to do a collab with a Japanese person learning English and ask all these questions. I know, right? It's pretty important to me here. Like this part, especially this section, is important to me because you talk about this a lot with other people, and people who are learning English in Japan probably are going to use this. So if someone tells me they play games, I'm going to assume they mean digital games based on how this works, right? And when they say I play fantasy gameu, even though fantasy no gameu, I'm thinking of fantasy digital games. But one of the biggest, most proliferative fantasy game is Dungeons and Dragons, and that is not just a video game. So it's likely that a kid, in both ways, like learning in both ways, there's a chance that there's going to be a wild miscommunications between this. Not that it's really all that important in the end, right? It's not really all that important that you can talk through all of this stuff. I'm just getting very sweaty about this. Generally, when people say I play video games or I play a game, it's very highly understood that it is a digital video game. Although when I say I play games, I'm not, I have to specify, I specifically have to specify I play both tabletop games and digital games. Instead of saying gameu, I need to be able to express that I play different types of games. Or, oh, I could do like Dona again. Like, I play all sorts. Oh, wait. What is the phrase that I have for all sorts? Oh, I do have a phrase. I already learned it and I totally forgot now. I can express I play all sorts of games. What was the phrase? It's in place of Dona. It's a different expression, but it's like it takes place of Dona. It kind of like functions the same way. All sorts of iroiro, right? Iroiro na. So I could say iroiro na gameu. Iroiro na, maybe. Iroiro na gameu o shimasu. Maybe. And that communicates the I play all sorts of games. Gotta let you stew on these sometimes. Yeah. So iroiro, probably like iroiro na gameu o shimasu. You were about to give me the answer. You could have given me the answer. It's fine. I know I'm very discouraging when I'm happy that you gave me a little time. Yeah, Lotus. But yeah, iroiro. Yeah. There are other ways to express it. It's not a big deal. I'm making it a big deal because it'll help me remember all this stuff. But yeah, thanks, Lotus. You gave me a chance. You believed in the power of digital friendship. Okay. Mystery no kona de honmo, and then now they're using two, like mo as in two. Wait, what does it say then? We should buy we should buy we should also buy this or the book at the we should also buy the book at the mystery section. Yeah, at the mystery section. Okay, that's pretty neat. This is a pretty neat sentence structure that I haven't seen in a while with Mo.
あの本屋に行きましょうか。
あの本屋に行きましょうか? Okay. Should we go to that bookstore over there? DVD も
買いましょう。
買いましょう. We should buy this DVD too. Okay. We should also buy this DVD. Whichever one. DVD セール. No, DVD のセール. Oh, you know what? No. I was thinking maybe you could. There's a fossilized version of DVD no seru, or not. At first, right? When they first introduced like fantasy action and stuff, most of the stuff had no nose in it, and it was modifying like eiga. No, not eiga. Sorry. Oh wait, it was eiga. Yeah. So then you start getting into these things, and like now they all have nose. At first I thought it was katakana, like if there was a katakana, like a borrowed phrase, katakana, but it's a coincidence. Some katakana seems to be fossilized or appear to be fossilized, and some aren't. So at first I was like, the simple rule, the pattern was, oh, all the katakana modifiers, like genre modifiers that I've seen next to any noun doesn't have a no in it. And then surely, but enough katakana phrases need, like even other katakana phrases need. Maybe it's noun dependent. I don't really know. Still, really fun though. It's a nuance of nuances. DVD. Okay, real talk. So DVD. Oh no, Lotus, you're here. Okay. Another thing of Southern drawl. Remember we were talking about Southern drawl, right? And a drawl tends to be like vowels. Vowels get diphthonged. You diphthong vowels. And DVD and CD are a fantastic one to make you sound funny. And I really like doing this because I do this often nonchalantly just to be a little bit homely. And it's not supposed to be disrespectful, but here it is. It gets diphthonged. Yeah, it gets diphthonged. So, D, right? D, V, D. So the E sound, E, right? E, as in E, right? Is non-diphthonged. But if you add E, EA, EA, like A, or like this way, A, in English, and you say day, you separate it and you diphthong it. So when you say day, it sounds drawled out. That sounds so wrong. Yeah, so the reason why I got this is because someone was supposed to sound like goofy. Like goofy or rustic, right? Rustic. You know how like Forrest Gump, like the whole Forrest Gump thing, right? And then when you say day, it's pretty funny. Like it makes me feel goofy when I say day, or C day, like say day. Like I'm gonna go to the shop to grab a say day. And I used to do this a lot. Like, oh hey, you're gonna go grab some days? All right, sure. Which days are we going to watch today? Sorry. Anyways, obviously it's a super exaggerated like country. Like if you say it yourself, it's really funny. I think it's I don't think it's like to me it makes me it makes me want to hug the person more than like, oh, that's stupid sounding. But when you say it makes me chuckle whenever I say days. Yeah, days. And if you draw it out, it's like days. It's hilarious, at least to me. I think it's really cute. So anyways, DVD. Okay. DVD. Wait. Please, please help me. DVD, DVD. Oh, I don't even know if I'm saying. It doesn't even sound like I'm speaking Japanese anymore. DVD, DVD, DVD セール。
セール
No,
の
no. DVD セール
は
は明日です。
明日です。DVD
DVD, DVD, DVD,
DVD
DVD. Every time I say DVD, I don't think I'm speaking Japanese anymore. DVD, DVD のセール、DVD のセールは明日です。Oh, and the reason why it doesn't, to me, why it doesn't feel like I'm speaking Japanese anymore is because of not because of English specifically, like only English, is English plus Spanish. So if I'm saying DVD, it's actually, if you have English and Spanish training, it doesn't sound like Japanese anymore. Because DVD is closer if you combine both English and Spanish together. So when you do DVD, it feels like it's a Japanese borrowed word that has both English and Spanish origins put together. So that's why it's kind of weird. Like I don't even see this as a Japanese phrase like at all. Man. CD, CD. Oh man, see, I'm trying to say CD. CD, yeah, it doesn't sound like it either.
CD.
Oh no, it does.
CD.
Because of she, right? Shidi makes it sound Japanesey. So shidi helps. DVD does not help at all. It almost sounds like I'm flipping from English Spanish and then suddenly speaking Japanese again. But shidi keeps it in the box.
CD.
CD はいくらですか？
その
CD はいくらですか？
ノンフィクションは読みますか？
Non-fiction
ノンフィクション
Non-fiction はいくらで Wait. Just kidding.
ノンフィクションは読みますか？
読みますか？
読みますか？
Okay. Do you read non-fiction?
話
この話はノンフィクションですか？
この話はノンフィクション
ですか？この話はノンフィクションですか？
Someone's weed whacking outside, but it's like 8 p.m. It's barely visible. That is so weird. You know, you hear the motor. So zero. Because I wouldn't weed whack when it's barely visible outside. Like of all the times to weed whack, it's really hard to see. Like, so I don't really know what that guy is doing. It's the same guy from like 5 hours ago when I was running. It's a very odd time to be weed whacking. Not because of the noise and stuff, just it's really hard to see. Like the sun's down, it's completely down, so weird.
この話はノンフィクションですか？
Hey. Hanashi. Okay. It's a story non-fiction. Okay. Yeah, Haiyu so far is the only vocabulary That's not a borrowed word. Is in this entire unit, like the first half of the unit. I think. Oh, and hanashi. Sorry.
話
Hanashi is the other one. So we have 2 so far. Everything else is katakana.
ノンフィクション
Non-fiction. Yeah, see?
話
Hanashi. No. Right? Yeah. Non-fiction. Non-fiction hanashi. Hanashi
は
oh.
この
Kono non-fiction hanashi wa Wait, I'm just kidding.
は
Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't mind me. I'm jumping the gun. Don't mind me. Wait. This might actually matter. Did I get this order right? I think it's the other way
話
around,
ノン
right?
フィクションです
Wait.
か
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Kono hanashi wa non-fiction desu ka? Yes. Never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just ignore what I said. I jumped the gun.
ナビ
Nabi. Testo.
Cola.
Cola. Kiroi.
黄色い
Kiroi. And fiction.
フィクションフィクション
Fiction. Oh, I see. Because it's a who, but it's a who with the e. So fiction.
フィクション
We can still get away with fiction. Good darn with English. Fiction. I don't really read. Oh wait, here's the other one. Amari. Amari is the third hirakana we have, or like Japanese word. Japanese, like the hirakana / kanji, but not in katakana. Amari. So we have 3. So what do we have?
雑誌
Azashi is it's an older word. Zashi wa
あまり
amari yomimasen.
読みません
Yomimasen.
よくミステリーの本を読みます。でもフィクションはあまり読みません。ナオミさんは
They're talking about books, but よくミステリー。ミステリー。いや、よくミステリーの本を読みます。本を読みます。Demo. Have a while since I heard demo. Though, right? Demo. Now it's naturally placed in as a contradiction. Like a contrast. Demo, we talked about this a little bit as a contrasting word. Hey, Party Ashi. Hello. Demo. Demo. Fiction. Fiction wa amari yomimasen. Naomi-san wa, and then they added the reflexive, the reciprocating phrase, which we haven't heard in a while too. So that's cool. Reciprocating phrase. Thanks. I appreciate it, Ashi. Non-fiction. Non-fiction no本が大好きです。Oh no. Taxon. A lot. So, takson. 洗います。洗います。で、かけます。No. Okay. あります。Yeah, have a lot of have a lot of non-fiction books. All right, take care, Ashy. Good luck with Duolingo. Let me know what you learn in Duolingo next time. All right? Take care. Non-fiction no本が たくさんあります。Yeah, I have a lot of non-fiction books. Sure.
本はあまり読みません。でもこの本の話は本当に面白いです。
Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay, I mean, they like the story. Always read books? No. Okay, I see why they went with as a prompt for always read books. They don't always read books because of the first thing. And then as a contrast, demo, they still like specific types of stories. They like interesting stories though. They like interesting stories. I'm not sure if doesn't like this story. They're saying I don't read a lot of books, right? I don't read a lot of books. However, this book has an interesting story. Right? This book as an exception has an interesting story. So, that's fair. Oh, I like this prompt. This prompt is pretty good. Nice. There's some like meta. There's some extra layering on top of the question response. So, 本はあまり読みません. As in, I don't read books, right? でも、この本の話は本当に面白いです。As in, although, I'm gonna say although. I think, I know they're using though, right? As that colloquial, though, colloquial, right? However, most of the time, this is translated to be at the end. So they're saying like this book's story is really interesting, right? Really interesting, though. So they're going with like really interesting though. And the reason why it's kind of weird is to add it at the end, if that's what they're going for. Typically that's how they introduced it. Though is not neighboring the two independent clauses in English, so usually then you would implicitly say though here. However, if you're trying to use though in the beginning when you're translating between the two, usually the word I would go with is although. So demo この本の話は本当に面白いです. So although this book's story is very interesting, so I would habitually say although as opposed to though in the beginning. However, they're gonna go with this book's, I don't read books. This book's story is very interesting though. Then there's a disjunction, as in it doesn't flow as well. So I would put though in the beginning, which is exactly where the Japanese is, demo, right? Demo. However, even on top of that, I would use although. So I don't read books, although this book's story is very interesting, or really interesting, because hontou ni, right? This book's story is really interesting, although this book's story is really interesting. Just a little interesting choice that they made and all that stuff. Are you really gatekeeping though right now? I'm totally gatekeeping although. Or though. Yes. Don't though in the front. Actually, how often have you ever used though? Though I like this book, as opposed to although I like this book. I guess, yeah, I guess people would say that, right? For me, I don't think... You know what's another deep cut? Here, I'll give you an even deeper cut. So if you put though, etc., right? Though, etc., and I say although when it's in the beginning. You know what most people say now in like the internetscape? TBH. Or to be fair. Oh, though? That's just me? Oh yeah, you also though. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. How could I have forgotten about though? That's such a good point. That's such a good point, Sub-Zero. Though, but right now the current meta in English is TBH, or to be fair. So when someone says I don't read a book, to be fair, the current meta is TBH, or to be honest, I like the book story. The book story is very interesting, right? So I don't read books. To be fair, the book's story is very interesting, or it's really interesting. So this is the classic right now, at least in the internet culture. To be fair, to be honest, as opposed to although or though, which is contrasty and stuff. I actually still use although, because when I say to be honest, I reserve to be honest in a very specific case. So I'm gatekeeping to be honest as well. So to me, to be honest means there's a chance that I'm dishonest or I'm telling white lies. So for example, when I encourage someone and the person clearly knows I'm trying to be encouraging and they're fully aware that they're struggling, and then when I find that my encouragement is not effective, as in I'm not helping them, they know that I'm being nice, I would then use to be honest, this is what I think, because it's white lies aren't necessarily honesty, right? So back in the day, the phrases to be fair and to be honest tend to deal with contradictory facts that have an emotional contradiction. Nowadays, though, it's more or less replaced. It's replaced although or though. To be fair, if you're worried of hurting feelings and stuff, you just drop in to be fair. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest is also wait. I'm gonna be honest with you is my go-to. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. So I'm gonna be honest is, it has been truncated to be fair and to be TBH as well. And usually to be honest is a standalone phrase. And it's also a statement, right? It's also a statement. However, most of the time now, I'm gonna be honest doesn't flow between two sentences. So then to be honest has become more of a standard. Like for example, I'm gonna be honest with you, or hear me out. I use hear me out. If I need a bigger pause, like if you need to inject something and you need a dramatic pause, I agree with you. I would use a full statement. Like, I'm gonna be honest, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. And my adopted phrase I would use is hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out here. Even though it's ending with a lot of prepositions. Like, wait, hold. Hear me out here. I think this book story is very interesting. Like, I don't read books. But hear me out here. I think this book's story is very interesting, or really interesting. Anyways, thanks for sharing, Sub-Zero. Good, excellent. I love that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah. It has an element of politeness when you pause and put extra effort, right? Like if you use larger phrases, it becomes a bit more sincere, even though the words literally is synonymous with each other. You know what I mean? Like when someone says TBH, but TBH has become too truncated. So when you go out of your way to say like, I know what you're thinking, but I'm going to be honest with you. Pause. That has a lot of weight to it now. It has more weight than say, to be fair, yada yada yada, or to be honest, yada yada yada. If you pause and you have a transitional sentence, it creates a lot of bigger dramatic effect. Yeah. So a lot of times when I'm talking about you know how people have filler words all the time. It's like, well, you know, to be fair, you know, to be fair, you know. To be fair is a filler word now. It's a filler phrase. So instead, if you want to leave an impression on someone, you can breathe, have some time to think, and use a filler phrase. So you might be thinking about something. I'm going to be honest with you here. Now hear me out. And then proceed with your next sentence, right? So oftentimes when you elongate a lot of sentiments, it becomes very dramatic. So do it with what you will. Wield that, I don't know, wield that advantage if you're talking and speaking to someone publicly. Don't at me, fictitious. I'm gonna be honest with you. Welcome to the Yap Nation is how I'm talking about it. Welcome to Yap Nation. I think that's my new slogan from now on. Whenever somebody drops in and says, dude, bruh, are you going to play? Are you going to play? Like earlier today by someone. And I'm like, bruh, welcome to Yap Nation. I don't know. I'm trying to be hip. I learned that Yap is in right now. And Yap is for anyone who's like older-ish, in my opinion, that talks a lot. And talks a lot in the sense of lecturing. So lots of yapping. Lots of yapping is it's an old word, but now it's back in trending apparently. So lots of yapping. So Yap. Welcome back, Yap. Welcome back to the fold. And I don't know if you know about Yap Nation. This is a boomer joke. Gonna yap while you're studying Japanese. Japanese. Indeed. I wish I could yap. I wish I could use Japanese. Honestly. Like if I could yap in Japanese, I'd just do it. What I mean is I would talk like this in Japanese if I could. Then I'd be practicing Japanese without like I could learn Japanese while yapping in Japanese. But I can't, not yet. And the Yap Nation thing, I know this is probably gonna be boomer. This is gonna show how old I am. But when I say Yap Nation, I'm thinking of Vape Nation. Don't at me, guys. This is. I know this is like. How old is this? 10 years? I think it's been a decade since this particular meme was a thing. So anyways, let's not do that anymore. Let's not talk about that anymore. That's a whole different other story. I'm not a boomer. You're a boomer, okay? I'm not a boomer. You're a boomer. Kono hon no hanashi この本の話は少し what? つまらないですね。Okay, fair enough. Boring? What are our other choices? Aoi. Why do they throw in Aoi, everyone? And Akai? Oh, red. I'm like, what the heck is Akai? Hi, man. If someone complains that you know what to tell them. Womp womp. Womp womp. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to do that sometime. Let me tell you a few things that I've adopted, right? I still use Nito every once in a while, only because Fictitious echoed Nito when I was playing Nino Kuni. But I still use Nito, but now I kind of use Neat a lot of time. But Nito, so we're gonna throw in some womp sometime. I use Pep. Pep is something that I adopted from someone else. That's personal. Pep. Sometimes I say Olge. I don't know. Olge, it's got that nice feel. Before Olge was Hail Helix, and this might be funny to you, Sub-Zero, specifically. Hail Helix. I don't know if you know the emote for Hail Helix, but it's Omastar. I'm pretty sure it's a image of Omastar. So Hail Helix means ancient, as in I'm old. So the person that I knew used Hail Helix for old, like being a boomer, right? That's what it meant. So we hailed Helix a couple times, and now it's like Olge. It's already matriculated. That was like 3, maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, the fossil Pokemon. Yeah, Omastar. So if you typed in Hail Helix, right, you get Omastar. And I'm like, okay. So there's so many things I've adopted over the years. Like Pepega. So like Pepega, someone does, wait, first it was Pepe, right? Pepe, and then they described to me, and then it was the dawn of Pepega, which is making Pepe into something silly and doofus, and then now it's evolved into Pep. So now we just Pep. I mean, some people went from Pep to question mark, right? Just one question mark, actually. But yeah, all of this happened within 5 years. And then Hail Helix, I think it was this one, Hail Helix, or oops, Helix with an E. Hail Helix, which gets you the fossil Pokemon Omastar. I think that's what it was called, Omastar, something like that. Maybe there's an E here, Omastar, meaning super ancient, old. And then we adopted that. Now it's just Olge, which is the Pepe. So how is Olge related? It's Pepe, super old. Language, guys. There you go. There's the English language for you. I can't even fathom people trying to learn English by listening to other English streamers. Honestly, I do like listening to Japanese people who are learning English, but man, if you listen to other people, like I already mentioned it yesterday, I tried to listen and watch a popular streamer, right? A popular streamer, the kids mentioned, a popular streamer, and I try to do like a head study. So because I'm in the language learning mood, and in like 10 to 20 minutes, I basically heard 15 words. And the 15 words occupied like 80% of the sentences. And the astonishing one is bruh. bruh, and like 3 variances of bruh. And they are used at least twice per sentence. And the twice is in different parts of speech. So different parts of speech. So like, and then if you take the bruh and the 4 variances, right, it occurs in 70% of the sentences. Like bruh, bruh, bro, brew. Like this guy had kind of struck me as someone who had a Spanish accent too, maybe. Like it's like bruh, brew, brah. Like it's like, and then bruh, like constantly back and forth, and then they start with bruh, bruh. And I can only do this because of Spanish. Bruh, 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 and then brew at the end. Like whatever is in between, it ends with it begins with bruh and ends with brew or bruh. I don't know. And I couldn't, I didn't, it felt weird. And then every other word is like a swear word. So, you know, that's it. Sorry, folks. That's, I don't know what to say about the, I don't know what to say about the English language at this point.
What?
It's been so long since I've watched someone who is not a millennial or older. So I didn't know what the trending, it's been like maybe 2 years since I've really sat down and attempted to watch someone who is currently trending that is of a different generation, and their language is so different. It's to the point where, are they literally saying the same thing, the same over and over again, or are they trying to express the same sentiment literally over and over again, or are they actually saying something different every single time because every sentence has 2 or 3 of the same words in a different part of speech? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? I have no idea anymore. Like, the word occurs so much. I'm not even legitimately saying, like, when that guy says bruh, like, is that surprised? Or are you saying hear me out? Or are you saying TBH? Like, even TBH, there's no to be honest, to be fair anymore. It's just bruh. Like, I don't know. I have no idea anymore. I'm so way out of my element. He looks like he's upset, or he looks like he's surprised, or he looks like he's confused, and it's just that one word. Or a variant of it. Just saying.
Amari.
No remorse. Get with the meta. They should have its own course for it on Duo. Okay, one last thing, and people don't like this. This is contentious, and we already talked about how the gatekeeping thing. So, Duo recently announced a collaboration with Crunchyroll, right? And do you know what a collaboration between Duolingo and Crunchyroll? I'm not sure if this is an April Fool's joke. I don't think it's an April Fool's joke. I don't think so, because their April Fool's joke was Duolingo on ice. Pretty sure, but not sure. However, their collaboration with Duolingo, do you know what it is? Duolingo is going to feature Japanese anime phrases or anime phrases. It's related to what you just said. Like, Duolingo should do like a course on bruh. Well, one of the trending things is Crunchyroll, right? Or like anime's influence. So naturally what they're going to do is they're probably going to introduce phrases that you find in anime, right? So it's going to cater to the most popular thing. And sure enough, what's part of the gatekeeping? One of the biggest groups that's causing a resurgence of Japanese outside of Japan, right? Outside of Japan is literally this group. Not Crunchyroll, but literally, but figuratively, the people who are interested in anime by transition, right? So I haven't seen any of this yet. I don't know if it's in the desktop version. Technically, the web version is in delay compared to the smartphone app. I myself have not seen any of these anime phrases. I've seen words that I've heard from anime, but not in the way anime says them. So the whole idea is now you have gatekeepers. This divides secondary acquisition versus native. So it's very divisive. Native speakers who believe, or native-like people, the people who want to be native-like, are saying, heck no, because it's not natural. It's you know, it's not representative of being native like. And then you have the people who are motivated to do that. They're saying, heck yeah, now when I go watch anime and manga, the stuff is contextually relevant, as in they can use that for a leaping point to explore Japanese, because now the phrases that they hear are most commonly in the activity that they are using the language for, right? So it's tough. I'm not in either group. Like I'm not compelled to look for anime. I rarely ever look for anime phrases as I'm learning from Duolingo, and I have no aspirations to want to be native like. I actually like the idea of encouraging a bunch of people who speak English in the United States to collaboratively become a group of their own. Like, what's really awesome that the Japanese people or the Japanese language does not have is what I believe English is beautiful on. About English have collectively different English groups, right? They have different people that collectively can find an identity, with the trade-off of not having consistency and, you know, our opinions everywhere and stuff. But ultimately, more people are speaking English because there are other communities, in my opinion, statistically more likely. And gatekeeping is kept less. Gatekeeping is lessened when one dominant group isn't sharing their own opinions as the only opinion, right? So that's largely why I feel Japanese's influence as a language itself, even though despite so much influence, right? So much influence for like video games, TV, anime, manga, like so much of westernized culture is digging Japanese culture. Its language is still gatekept so hard because of its rigorous standards that even the people who want others to learn Japanese language is kind of unintentionally gatekeeping. Like when you ask a very influential native-like person or a native speaker, for example, and they evaluate any attempt to make Japanese engaging and relevant, their first comment would be like, this is garbage, right? This is not native. This is silly. This is awkward. You need many, many years of this, and it's still like they're elevating the prestige of Japanese, and I get it. I totally get it. That's understandable. That's also unintentional gatekeeping. Because now people will quit. They will quit all the time. And you have the biggest resurgence in your language now, which is like the anime and manga. And for better or for worse, it's ironic, but those anime, manga crowd are adding to the gatekeeping. It's both. Both of them have the same remark. So when there's like an anime fan who learned a lot, say 3 or 4 years, and they spend a lot, they would go to the newly minted people who are learning Japanese and say, oh yeah, that's garbage, don't learn it like that, I've learned it using anime and manga, and this is what I used, and you should be doing it this way. So they naturally, it's funny because the irony here is those who made it and actually have Japanese competency, I almost coincidentally, maybe, or not coincidentally, behave like native-like people and native people. So you have this gigantic wall. So if Japanese get new recruits, those recruits are so passionate about the Japanese language that they legitimately stunt the growth of the language. What are 90% of my experiences when learning Japanese? It's either a person who have spent multiple years learning the language or a native speaker telling me I sound funny. It's not me who, by English standards, like, oh, your English is great. And then someone speaks to me in Italian English, like, that sounds amazing. It's far more common for an English speaker to be like, sounds good. Ii desu ne. As opposed to the other way around, we're like, oh dude, get on my level, man. I use Anki like all day long, and that's how I get fluent. I'm like, okay. The last thing I want to tell an English person who's learning English is, you're fluent if you use it. Keep using it. I don't care how many years you spent learning English. I'm even confused if I'm speaking English correctly anymore. Native English speakers are the minority. So if opinion is based on how many people agree and how many people use it, then American English is not the ones that, American English speakers aren't the ones that are making the rules then, right? British English people aren't the ones that are making the rules. It's everyone else. So I thought it was super funny. And the reason why it sparked this is because recently Duolingo announced on their Twitter or X page that, hey, we're going to incorporate anime phrases. And I'm like, I see where they're coming from there. I definitely see what they're coming from. They're a language learning app. So the vast majority of people are, guess what? Closed casual community. Not hardcore, passionate, hardworking, nuance appreciators. I get it. It's also elitism and gatekeeping. Feels bad, man. You can't have both. It's difficult to have both, where you can be both hardcorely casual. I think there might be a few examples in this world where a community can be classified as hardcore casuals. It's so rare to have hardcore casuals. You either have hardcore gatekeepers or closeted casuals, as in like people who don't spend any time thinking about the influence of other people. They do what they want to do, and that's it. As opposed to hardcore casuals where they gatekeep because they worry about the thing they love being misrepresented, cheapened. That comes with passion. You care a lot about it. That's why you're very emotional. And I totally get it. I totally gatekept, although I kind of gatekeep English a lot, actually. My specific type of English, the academic English. I'll try not to as much. I'll try as much as I can not to gatekeep formal English. I don't get to use it very often, so it's not too much of a big deal. I even end my speaking sentences with prepositional phrases, or not prepositional phrases, prepositions. Like, what are you up to? Right? What are you up to? I say that all the time, actually. What are you up to? That's a weird question ending in a preposition. Anyways, okay. Hanashimasu. Yoji. Anaga. Hanashi.
話
Go.
5
Okay. Blah 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 blah. Zashi. Zashi
は
wa
あまり
amari yomimasen. Okay, sure. I don't really read fiction. Amari, right? Amari. So, fiction wa amari yomimasen. Ah, that's so weird. Okay. I gotta get used to that. Fiction
フィクションは
wa あまり
あまり
読みません。
読みません。
この話はフィクションです。
この
この
話
はフィクション
フィクションです。
です。I do say bruh every once in a while. I've been kind of throwing that in every once in a while. I do find there is value in speaking some level to connect with people. So occasionally I do say bruh. I giggle when I say bruh. Or whenever I try to be hip, I know I'm not very hip. One time when I was playing Like a Dragon, fashion is a really big thing in customization nowadays in video game design. So occasionally I would drop the word drip, like, oh yeah, we finally get to get finally get to get drip, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it sounds like that's not how that works. Occasionally I throw it. I say hit different. That hits different a lot now. Like, yeah, that just hits different, man. Like, oh yeah, I know, man. It hits so differently, and that's not even great. Like, you're supposed to still say hit different, but I make different into an adverb, so it hits differently, not hit different. So occasionally my like gatekeeping self comes in and say like, oh yeah, that hits differently. I'm like, no, it's hit different. Hit differently would be grammatically correct. Or like snobbily more correct, I would say. If you say it hits differently, but it's hit different. Or slaps. That slaps. Kinda slaps. Done dirty. Done dirty. I'm not sure if that's old now. I don't know if being done dirty being done dirty is still in trending. I don't think that phrase is very, very trendy anymore. I've said that a couple times. Duolingo done me dirty a couple times. Like, it felt awful. It was disgusting. The whole like takes and take, adding s to English translations. Oof. Getting robbed. Getting robbed is another one that's fading, I think. I don't know if people still say I got robbed, and not, it's got robbed figuratively. like mentally robbed or like emotionally robbed, as opposed to literal robbing, right? Oftentimes it's funny when they coincide. Like, dude, I literally and figuratively got robbed. But when they say literally, right, they also mean figuratively. So when someone says like I literally got robbed, or that's literally stupid, it's now also literally and figuratively. However, for me, I generally say literally and figuratively to emphasize that. Dude's like, dude, man, bruh, I literally and figuratively got robbed. However, in the current vernacular, the current colloquial is that you use literally, and that's it. Because literally means both figuratively and literally now. And one other thing that I used yesterday was the idea of assume. Assume has become so powerful that presume, kids literally meant presume. But since now assume and presume are the same words, assume gets both the quote-unquote bad stuff of assuming and also potentially the good stuff of presuming. And no one knows this word anymore. Like a whole generation of people don't use the word presume. I presume that you are learning Japanese. Not I assume you are learning Japanese. But when they say, I assume you are learning Japanese, it means both. So when they're going to say, oh, I figured out, right? I figured you are learning Japanese. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to assume. I figured you were learning Japanese. So really, they were using assume or presume. So I presume you were learning Japanese because you're using Duolingo for Japanese. Not assume. No, but this word doesn't exist anymore. And also figuratively doesn't exist anymore. So no more figurative, no more presume. Now it's literally and assume. Fun. Language. Language. Bruh. That is language. How is the story? Okay. So, 話はどうですか?
どうです花はどうですか?
Okay. Can I get 3 more lessons without messing up twice? Oh. Anison. Yeah, Anison. Anison. So, Anison が大好きです. Or, yes.
アニソン
Oh.
が大好きです。
Okay.
よくアニソンを聞きます。よく
アニソン。Wait.
よくアニソンを聞きます。
アニソンを
聞きます。
I often listen to anime music, sure. Oh, right. そのバンドのアブム No, is it アブム? No, アレブム アルバム Oh, it's アルバム
アルバム
Oh my god. It's just album is gonna destroy me. アルバム
その
バンドのアルバムIt kind of reminds me of Betonamu for Vietnam.アルバムを買います。Okay.
このアルバムは3000円です。この
この
アルバム
アルバムは
3000
3000円
で
ですす。
このアルバムは3000円です。
Okay. このアルバムこのアルバムは3000円です。
アニメが大好きです。でもアニソンはあまり聞きません。
Okay. But you don't listen to anime music. Wait. Yeah. Ooh. That's tricky, actually. That's tricky. I see what they were going for there. So, anime ga daisuki desu. I love anime. Demo, anison wa amari kikimasen. I don't listen to anime music. Although I don't listen to anime music. So, I love anime, although I don't listen to anime music. Oh, in this case, you could also put in although, you could say however as well. I don't actually know yet how Japanese people express however. However, I don't listen to. I usually use however as well.
アニソン
Instead of but, I use however. Sometimes I use but. When I want to emphasize how big of a but, I would say but, and it's a big but with 3 T's. That's usually my go-to phrase when I have to link 2 contrasting sentences together. Like, hold on, but, and it's a big but. I like big butts with 3 T's. I know how that sounds, but that's how we're gonna roll. All right, butts with 3 T's. Okay. Anyways, anime.
ポップスを聞きます。ポップスを聞きます。
ポップス。
ポップス
を
聞きます。
聞きます。That's it?
ポップスを聞きます。
Okay, fair enough.
CD のコーナーはどこですか？このバンドの新しいアルバムが欲しいです。
Wow, that came out furiously. Wants to get some music. CD のコーナー。CD のコーナーはどうですか？どこですか？ Where's the CD section? このバンドの新しいアルバム、アルバムが欲しいです。So I really like this band's new album. Yeah, I really like this band's new album. Okay. そのバンドはとても面白いです。No. ですね。ですね。What do we got? 有名。Yeah, 有名。Famous. Isn't it? We have 短い which is short. 短い Thank you, Lotus. 短い I will never forget 短い and oh no, I did forget it kind of. Oh no, I did forget it. Wait. Let me see if I can find it. 短い and oh no, I did forget it. Oh no, I did forget it. Huh. Did I? I know 2 of the kana. I want to say it's like Nagai. No, not Nagai. Is it Nagai? Yeah, it's Nagai, right? For long? Oh no. I think it's Nagai. So Michikai and Nagai. Because Lotus mentioned it a couple times already. And what is this? Ame? Okay, Ame is fine. No, it's not fine. Jazzu ジャズはあまり聞きません。Okay, I don't listen to jazz. ポップス。Wait.
ポップス
ポップスのコーナーに行きましょうか。Fair enough. ポップスは
ポップス
は聞きません。あまり聞きません。Okay, sure. すみません。アニソンはあまり聞きません。I don't listen to anime music. ポップスのコーナーに行きましょうか。Should we go to the pop section? そのバンドのアルバムはどこですか？
この
バンドの
アルバム
はどこですか？すみません。ロックはあまり聞きません。ジャズのコーナーに行きましょうか。
アニソンはちょっと。
Gotta keep practicing the pronunciations. At least get used to it. アニソンはちょっと. Oh, hey, they brought back the other phrase. I guess to remind you, you can kind of say this too. I don't really like anime music. Okay.
毎朝ポップスを聞きます。
Okay. I listen to pop every morning. Sure. Who is this band? Oh, that's interesting. I guess it doesn't really matter. Kono. That's so funny. In English, this matters. But in Japanese, if you're translating into Japanese, it doesn't matter.
こ
の
の
バンドは Oh, wait, it does.
誰ですか？
Never mind. Just kidding. It does. I was like, wait a minute. Never mind. Yeah. Wait. Is this right? Who is this band? Or is it Kore? Dare. Sorry. Dare wa. No. Is it? Wait. No. This is fine. Wa dare desu ka? Yeah. That's fine. This album is 3,000 yen. このアルバムは3000円です。
このアルバム
ある Oh my gosh, it's ある Okay. アルバムこのアルバムはこのアルバムは3000円です。アルバム。Like RPG? Is that how that works?
RPG。
Yeah, RPG が RPG が大好きです。
が大好きです。
Okay.
カードゲームを買いましょうか。カードゲームをします。カードゲームを買いましょうか。
買いましょうか。
買いましょうか。
We should buy a card game? Okay. We should buy some card games? Sure. RPG or RPG? No, RPG. RPG. RPG はRPG は好きですか？好きですか？
RPG は好きですか？
好きですか？ Yeah.
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
Okay.
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
難しい. Oh, that's the fourth hirakana word or Japanese word. 難しい.
そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
Yep. Difficult. Tough. Into contrast with taihen, I need to remind myself to look at the usage stuff for taihen and musukashi. そのカードゲームはとても難しいです。
すみません、難しいゲームはありますか？難しいゲームが欲しいです。
Okay. What's this person doing? Shopping for a new game, technically. Oh, I like that. They were really talking about difficulty games, and musukashi come up a lot, but really shopping for a new game. すみません、難しいゲームはありますか？ Do you have difficult games? Right? 難しいゲームが欲しいです。I want a difficult game. Right. I desire a difficult game. このゲームソース and コーラこのゲームはとても難しいですね。I mean, can a sauce be difficult? Technically, a sauce can be difficult, like to make implicitly. And then coda, okay, maybe not so much coda.
パズルが大好きです。一緒にこのパズルをしましょ
う。Guess we're playing video games together. パズル Yeah, there is one. パズルが大好きです。I like puzzle games. I like a puzzle. I like puzzles. Yeah, I like puzzles. 一緒に together. 一緒にこのパズルをしましょう。And they're talking about work on a puzzle together. I'm like, no video games, technically. No video games are implied. I thought I might have heard puzzle game, but no, it's fine. Work a puzzle together, sure. 毎日カードゲームをします。works. Okay. カードゲームはあまりしません。Fair enough. プロジェクトパズルショーテストチームSo there's just so much katakana. LPG. I'm still not Aru. Maybe it's Aru PG. I don't really know. I really need to see the kana for RPG. Maybe it's Aru PG. Aru PG. Yeah, that sounds a bit more. Aru PG. I can, yeah, like maybe the kanas. Why can't I? I can't. I keep thinking of hiragana. Oh no. What is wrong with my brain right now? I'm gonna write it's G. So maybe it's that. Aru PG. I don't know. Why can't I think of the katakana for she? I guess we can go across the row, right? What is the row? Let's work on that. Drawing a blank on the entire row, actually. What is wrong with me? Oh no. Okay, hold up. I think I can get this. Now let's not spend more time on that. Or am I thinking of... No, I'm not thinking about that. That's not... So key up there. I want to kick myself and I'm gonna kick myself so hard. Not remembering. That's Sue. Yeah, I know Sue. Oh, I know she. What am I doing? Yeah, she. So maybe like this. Oh, that took me so long. It's like, what's wrong with she? Okay. So anyways.
はあまり
RPG はあまりしません。It's fine.
毎日パズルゲームをします。毎日パズルをします。 ゲーム
Puzzle.
毎日パズルゲームをします。
Yeah, so no here. No once again. Mainichi, and it seems like it's largely with geimu in this section. So mainichi pazuru geimu o shimasu. Like any version of geimu in the front. And I think it's still the same geimu. For the old ones. Oh, I don't know about eiga. I think eiga is one of them too.
毎日パズルゲームをします。
Muzugashi. Muzugashi geimu. Oh, even musugashi. Oh, no, that's adjective. That's adjective territory. Muzugashi. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's an adjective. Muzugashi geimu
はあまり
shimasen.
いいえ。
いいえ、ゲーム。
ゲーム。はしません。
はしません。そう、ゲームはしません。Okay.
よく家族とパズルをします。
よく家族とパズルをします。I often do puzzles with my family. Okay.
RPG. RPG.
Yeah, it's Aru.
RPG.
Yeah, RPG. So no RPG は楽しいですか？
は楽しいですか？
Gonna buy this new role-playing game? So 新しいこの新しい RPG を買います。One more lesson.
この俳優は有名です。
この俳優は有名です。
この有名俳優は有名です。この俳優は有名です。
この俳優は有名です。Is this actor famous? Or this actor is famous.
すみません、この映画のポスターはありますか？
Do you have a movie poster? Shopping. Excuse me. Do you have this movie poster?
この俳優はちょっと。この俳優
はちょっと。
Oh,
that's me.
この俳優はちょっと。
すみません。恋愛映画はあまり見ません。SF 映画を見ましょう。
Okay. What to watch? They suggested SF.すみません。恋愛映画はあまり見ません。I don't watch romance movies. SF 映画を見ましょう。We should watch science fiction.
その俳優は誰ですか？その俳優は誰ですか？
その俳優は誰ですか？ Who is this actor? Who is that actor? Sono. Who is that actor? この SF この SF Yeah, 映画 So 映画 and game don't have nulls
面白い
when dealing with these things. interestingly enough. And I think those are the only two so far. Everything else took a no. Kono SF 映画はとても面白いです。すみません。年内映画はありま、why do I keep saying あまり見ません。ファンタジーのコーナーに行きましょう。
ファンタジ
よくドキュメンタリードキュメンタリーを見ます。ドキュメンタリーはあまり見ません。アクションのコーナーに行きましょうか。ポスターイベントセールたくさんテスト
ポスターはいくらですか？
How much are the posters? このポスターはどうですか？このポスターはどうですか？ Okay, 俳優声優つまらないジムheckin' カタカナパズルこの新しいドキュメンタリーはどうですか？
この新しいドキュメンタリー
ドキュメンタリーはどうですか？
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。I don't really watch anime. SF は見ましょうか？ or 見ますか？
セール
SF は見ますか？ Ooh. So, I don't know for science if they accept here. I prefer to use wa here, but I don't know about that. I'm not so sure about that. SF を見ますか as opposed to SF は見ますか Interesting. SF を見ます。So, I like this phrasing when you're talking about something you do, as opposed to what you may do or conceptually do. Right? I don't know. Just a preference for now. Alright, folks. We still finished a bit early, which is nice. Even with our 2-hour digression today. Very nice. These phrases are not bad. I'm not not as much learning longer phrases. But holy heck. So what, we have four Japanese words, right? Ayu, actor. Hanashi, story. Hanashi. I love this animation. This is so cute. It's also very distracting. Ayu, Hanashi. And I promptly forgot the other two. I'm pretty confident there are two others. Oh, no. That's katakana. Everything else is katakana. There's so many katakana. I was kind of thinking I could remember the Japanese one. Maybe they're in the practice section. Ayu. Oh, right. Muzugashi. Muzugashi, difficult. Muzugashi and Onya doesn't count. Onya doesn't count. Wait. Oh, it doesn't cover the other one? I'm pretty sure there was another one. I don't know what it is though. Although Muzugashi, Ayu. And I totally forgot the other word now. I'm losing the word so quickly. I'll just have to rest and then see how many I remember. How did I just immediately forget the other word? This is tough. Especially when it's grouped with so much katakana. Oh, Hanashi. Yeah, it's right here. Hanashi. What is the fourth word? Oh, we'll see how much I remember tomorrow. Alright, that's a wrap, folks. Day 59 is the end of day 59. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Good luck with your journeys, language learning. Exercise healthy gatekeeping. Wholesome gatekeeping, if you will. Lots of good, wholesome gatekeeping. So, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Be encouraging, even through your gatekeeping. I will also attempt to try to practice that. Right? And as always, mata ashita. Ja ne.